Chapter 1422. Shocking. Yi Xian had to admit that even he was shocked. An instant kill. This woman killed a human venerable in an instant. What level was this human venerable? She was a cultivator above the Dao attainment realm. Such a cultivator was killed by this woman in an instant. This was too terrifying. At this moment, Zhang Wenxia was also extremely shocked. She knew that the woman who came with her was very strong, but she didn't expect her to be this strong. As if thinking of something, Zhang Wenxia's pupil shrank. This woman said that she couldn't even take one strike from the woman in the plain dress. The woman in the plain dress. How strong was she? Zhang Wenxia's heart was in turmoil. Not far away, the woman clapped her hands and turned to look at Yi Xian. I've been traveling for a few days, and I only killed this piece of trash. Don't you feel ashamed? Yi Xian, Zhang Wenxia hurriedly said. Auntie, you've worked hard. Auntie? Yi Xian was stunned, then looked at Zhang Wenxia. Your auntie? Zhang Wenxia said in a low voice. What's mine is also yours. Yi Xian. The woman walked to Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. To be precise, I'm your auntie. Auntie. Yi Xian blinked. Are there second aunties and third aunties? The woman nodded. Yes. Yi Xian. Zhang Wenxia. Yi Xian said in a low voice. My mother and auntie you. The woman smiled. We call your mother sisters. As for your mother, I can't say much. You'll know in the future. Yi Xian was speechless. In the future again. The woman looked around and said, This place is a little special. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. This clone of mine is about to disappear. You'll have to deal with the rest yourself. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. Aunt, where is your main body? The woman smiled. I'm busy. Yi Xian asked again. Is it far from here? The woman nodded. It's very far. Most importantly, some of the rules are very troublesome, and we don't want to break them. In short, it's quite troublesome for us to come here. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. The Nether Pavilion. The woman smiled and said, You only guessed it now? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I guessed it, but I'm not sure. The woman looked at Yi Xian. You said you were an orphan in the Netherworld Hall, and had no one to rely on. Kid, I'm here today to tell you two things. First, it's not that your father doesn't care about you. He has done a lot for you, but you don't know about it. Second, you think your enemies are strong now, but you don't know that your enemies in the future are even stronger. Just like me. Do you think I'm strong? Yi Xian quickly nodded. The woman smiled. But the Nether Pavilion is in a dangerous moment. The reason why my main body didn't come this time is because of this. Yi Xian fell silent. The woman patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly. This is the last time we'll help you. Because we're not sure if we can survive. You're on your own. After saying that, her body gradually turned illusory. Yi Xian bowed slightly to the woman. Aunt, thank you. The woman smiled. We're family, no need to be so polite. As she spoke, she looked at Nian Nian, who was beside Yi Xian. Nian Nian hesitated for a moment before saying softly, Aunt. The woman laughed. I don't deserve that. Yi Xian quickly said, Aunt, can you help Nian Nian recover her memory? The woman shook her head. No. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why not? The woman looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Can I not answer this question? Yi Xian was speechless. The woman thought for a moment and said, Forget it. I'll answer you. The reason why I can't help her recover her memory is because she's too strong. I can't stop her. As she spoke, she glanced at Nian Nian. She's an extraordinary woman. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Too strong. The woman smiled. Her sword Dao is the strongest besides those three. That's not right. That girl Tingyan should be on par with her. However, your sister Nian's strength isn't just in her sword Dao. In short, she has her own Dao. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Moreover, she's very strong. Ordinary people can't forcefully interfere with what she does. So let nature take its course. In any case, she has no intention of harming you. Yi Xian wanted to ask more, but the woman had already vanished. She left in a carefree manner. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian left with Zhang Wenxia and Nian Nian. Of course, Yi Xian did not forget the 6 Dao scriptures. When the woman killed the human supremacy, he had already kept them. Not long after Yi Xian and the others left, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the mortal world. The middle-aged man looked around and said softly, "I'm late." This person was one of the three supremacies of the Dark Abyss, the Earth Supremacy. Previously, when the human supremacy's soul tablet shattered, he rushed over here. Unfortunately, he was still too late. The Earth Supremacy looked around with a solemn expression. "Good one, Yi Xian. Looks like we've underestimated you." After saying that, his figure trembled slightly and disappeared. In the fifth dimension, when Yi Xian and the others returned to the fifth dimension, Suja and Suku immediately appeared in front of Yi Xian. Suja looked at Yi Xian and said, "Little friend, that human supremacy." Yi Xian said, "He's dead." "Dead?" Suja looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Then Senior killed him?" Yi Xian nodded. Suja was silent. One of the three supremacies of the Dark Abyss, human supremacy, was dead. Yi Xian looked at Suja and asked, "Senior, how can I reach the Dao realm?" Suja shook his head. "You can't." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Why?" Suja sighed softly. "Little friend, you've just broken through not long ago. It's not wise to force your way into the Dao realm now. Moreover, you haven't fully stabilized your Dao defense realm. It's not suitable for you to break through to the Dao realm." Yi Xian was silent. Suja continued, "Of course, if you borrow the power of the God's seal, it's not impossible. However, I don't recommend you to use the God's seal. You're a genius, you can definitely create your own path." Yi Xian said softly, "I don't have that much time." The human supremacy's sudden attack made him understand that the Dark Abyss was determined to kill him and Nian Nian. He didn't think that the death of the human supremacy would make the Dark Abyss stop. Not only would the Dark Abyss not stop, but it would also intensify. Suja hesitated for a moment and then said, "Little friend, why don't you come with us to the ancient God Abyss?" "Little friend, don't worry. If you go to the ancient God Abyss, even if the Dark Abyss Master personally takes action, the ancient God Abyss will protect you." Yi Xian shook his head. If he left this place, the entire fifth dimension would be completely destroyed. The fifth dimension could not stop the Dark Abyss. Suja sighed softly when he saw that Yi Xian didn't want to go to the ancient God Abyss. Yi Xian wasn't willing to give up the fifth dimension, so he would always be in a passive position. At this moment, Xianchu suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and said, "Let me tell you some bad news. The Xianhuan sect from the Whirling World has sent people." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The Xianhuan sect?" Xianchu nodded. "A super sect from the Whirling World. They came this time for the Dao scripture in your possession." Yi Xian was silent. He hadn't expected the forces from the Whirling World to come so quickly. Xianchu suddenly asked, "Who was that woman?" Yi Xian looked at Xianchu. "My aunt." "Xianchu?" Yi Xian asked. "Miss Xianchu, how many people from the Xianhuan sect have come?" Xianchu shook her head. "I don't know, but we should know soon, because they should have already arrived." Yi Xian nodded. "Thank you, Miss Xianchu, for telling me." After saying that, he turned around and left with Nian Nian. Xianchu looked at Yi Xian, not knowing what she was thinking. Somewhere in the main hall, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. If it wasn't for the help of the Netherworld Hall, would he and Nian Nian have survived? Of course not. Moreover, he also discovered that powerhouses above the enlightened Dao realm could pose a threat to his Daoist body. Improve his Dao body? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but he quickly rejected it. Previously, he had relied on the gift from the Jialong Dragon clan to improve his Dao body. Now, if he didn't have an opportunity, it would be impossible for him to improve his Dao body. Whether it was his realm or his body, he couldn't improve them for the time being. After a while, Yi Xian said softly, "It seems that I can only take it step by step." Yi Xian no longer thought about improving his Dao body. Instead, he began to stabilize his Dao body. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. As Suja had said, he hadn't even fully understood the Dao controlling realm. He really shouldn't think about the Dao attainment realm. Somewhere in the starry sky, The earthly venerable dark abyss looked down at the five-dimensional universe. Beside him was the ancestral master. The ancestral master's expression was extremely solemn. He didn't expect the human venerable to die just like that. And he died in the mortal world. What did this mean? It meant that the other party wasn't suppressed by the dark Tao laws of the mortal world. The earthly venerable suddenly said, "Did you find out where that woman came from?" The ancestral master shook his head. "I couldn't find out." The earthly venerable frowned slightly. "You couldn't find out?" The ancestral master nodded. "She seemed to have appeared out of thin air." The earthly venerable was silent. After a while, the earthly venerable looked down. "I have already informed the celestial venerable that he will rush here in 3 days." Hearing this, the ancestral master was shocked. Is the celestial venerable going to make a move? The earthly venerable was expressionless. The person behind Yi Xian is more powerful than we thought, the ancestral master said in a low voice. Besides that, there is also the ancient god Abyss. They are determined to help Yi Xian. The earthly venerable frowned. What is their purpose in doing this? The ancestral master sighed softly. The current situation is becoming more and more disadvantageous for us. The earthly venerable shook his head. You are wrong. The ancestral master looked at the earthly venerable. The earthly venerable said softly, as far as I know, many sects in the whirling world have already sent people to the five-dimensional universe. And their goal is that Tao scripture. In other words, Yi Xian's enemies will only increase. We can wait and see for now. The ancestral master was about to speak when a shadow suddenly appeared in the distant sky above the Tao city. The next moment, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped the entire Tao city. The earthly venerable chuckled. Look, the experts of the whirling world have arrived. There's going to be a good show to watch. In the distant sky above the Tao city, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of the shadow. The shadow gradually became solid. It was a middle-aged man. The Tao realm. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. You are Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The middle-aged man laughed. Since ancient times, the treasures of heaven and earth belong to the strong. You are so weak. How can you have the nerve to occupy the 6 Tao scriptures? Yi Xian suddenly took out the 6 scrolls of the Tao scripture. He placed them in front of himself, and then looked at the middle-aged man. Senior, you are right. How about this? Senior, lower your cultivation level and fight with me. If you win, I will give these 6 scrolls to you. What do you think? The middle-aged man laughed. How interesting. A Tao manipulation realm cultivator wants to challenge me? Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. I have fought with experts above the Dark Abyss realm. They are very strong. I am no match for them. The middle-aged man shook his head. No. It is not that they are strong, but that you are too weak. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Senior, they are experts from the Dark Abyss. The middle-aged man chuckled. Dark Abyss? What kind of rubbish place is that? How dare they compare to my whirling world? On the other side, the earthly venerable was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. The ancestral master's face was a little gloomy. The middle-aged man suddenly said, Fine. I will lower my realm and fight with you. You. At this moment, the earthly venerable's voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Sir, although Yi Xian is only at the Tao manipulation realm, his combat strength can kill those who have achieved the Tao, especially when he has a divine item doubting. The middle-aged man looked at the earthly venerable in the sky and smiled. You are from the Dark Abyss, right? The earthly venerable nodded. Yes, I am the Dark Abyss human venerable. The middle-aged man shook his head with a smile. Do you know what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well? The earthly venerable looked at the middle-aged man without saying a word. The middle-aged man smiled. Yi Xian thinks that the experts from the Dark Abyss are strong, because he is weak. He is a frog at the bottom of a well. He has not seen many Tao attainment realm cultivators, so he thinks that you are strong. You think that Yi Xian is not weak, because you are weak. An expert above the Tao attainment realm can't even kill a Tao manipulation realm youth. I can only say that you are useless. Very, very useless. At this point he shook his head with a smile. To think that the master of dark scripture was also a figure back then. Why are his descendants so useless? In the sky, the earthly venerable was silent. Beside him, the ancestral master's face was frighteningly gloomy. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly looked at the earthly venerable and said, "As far as I know, the doubting has a divine item called the Seal of Tao. This item was the most precious treasure of the doubting back then. You said that Yi Xian has a divine item. Could it be this item? If it is this item, I have to be careful." The earthly venerable looked at the middle-aged man calmly. The Seal of Tao. How could he have such a divine item? The divine item I am talking about is the sword in his hand, not the Seal of Tao. Sir, you can rest assured. Go. Yi Xian. End of this chapter. Chapter 1423. Sword. The middle-aged man looked at the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand when he heard the earthly venerable. He shook his head and smiled. While this sword isn't bad, that's all there is to it. As he spoke, he opened his palm and pressed it down lightly. In an instant, his realm was suppressed from the Tao attainment realm to the Tao attainment realm. As if he'd thought of something, the middle-aged man looked up at the earthly venerable. "I'll show all of you what a true expert is." As he spoke, he pressed his right hand down once more. In an instant he went from the Tao attainment realm to the Tao attainment realm. In the sky, the earthly venerable shook his head after a moment of silence. The world is vast and anything can happen. The ancestral master was speechless. Below, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. "This isn't bullying you, right?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Senior, do you dare to suppress it to the Tao attainment realm?" The crowd was speechless. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. "The Tao attainment realm?" Yi Xian nodded. "I don't mean anything else. I just want to see how strong experts above the Tao attainment realm are. If Senior can defeat me at the Tao attainment realm, then I, Yi Xian, will truly be convinced." The middle-aged man chuckled. "Yi Xian, do you think I'm stupid?" Yi Xian was speechless. The middle-aged man smiled. "While I'm confident, I know that it's better to be safe than sorry. It's better to be careful when you're outside. So are you going to fight or not?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." He vanished on the spot as soon as he finished speaking. A strand of sword light tore through the battlefield. It was a swift strike. Originally, the middle-aged man had a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Although he was confident, as he said, he was still very cautious. However, when he saw Yi Xian's sword, that trace of vigilance suddenly disappeared. This sword was very fast, but to him, it was too weak. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. "That's it." As he spoke, he blasted a punch forward. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword momentum suddenly changed. The originally ordinary sword became a Tao sword. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, because at this moment he sensed danger. Originally, he was about to attack, but he suddenly switched to defense. He crossed his arms and fiercely pushed them forward. At the same time, he stopped suppressing his cultivation level. However, Yi Xian's sword had already descended. Boom! In front of everyone's eyes, the middle-aged man was sent flying by Yi Xian's sword. In the process, the middle-aged man's fleshly body crumbled inch by inch. When he reappeared 10,000 feet away, only his soul remained. After Yi Xian pushed the middle-aged man back, he immediately pointed his finger, and the soul-suppressing sword suddenly flew out. Right at this moment, the middle-aged man's soul suddenly vanished into the horizon. At the same time, a furious shout resounded from the horizon. "Despicable! Shameless! Despicable! Shameless! I, Yi Jun, have never seen such a despicable and shameless person." Yi Xian was speechless. On the other side, Xian Chu shook her head. Beside her, the old man shook his head. "This Yi Jun is really a weirdo," Xian Chu said softly. The Tao scripture and martial arts civilization began in the whirling world. From the beginning, when we faced the five-dimensional universe, we had the mentality of being superior to others, let alone the five-dimensional universe. Even when facing the dark abyss and ancient god abyss, we have the same mentality. However, whether it is the five-dimensional universe or the dark abyss, they are actually not weak. The old man was silent. In fact, when facing Yi Xian at the beginning, he did not pay too much attention to Yi Xian. At that time, in his heart, Yi Xian was just not bad. But now, it seemed that this Yi Xian was not only not bad, not to mention the five-dimensional universe. Even if Yi Xian was placed in the whirling world, this chapter is not finished, please continue. But he was definitely the top existence of the younger generation. As if thinking of something, the old man shook his head and sighed. This young Master Yi is too good at pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He still could not forget how Yi Xian had shown weakness when they had just arrived. A person's strength was not scary. What was scary was when he hid his strength. At this moment, Xianchu suddenly said, "When will Master arrive?" The old man said in a low voice, "In 2 days." Xianchu nodded slightly. She looked at Yi Xian in the distance, thinking about something. In the distance, Yi Xian looked up at the terrestrial venerable, and the terrestrial venerable was also looking at Yi Xian. He had to admit that Yi Xian's strength surprised him. Although Yi Jun had suppressed his cultivation by 2 realms, his foundation was still there. However, he still could not take a blow from Yi Xian. One could imagine that if Yi Xian reached enlightenment, he would definitely be invincible among his peers. All along, the focus of the dark abyss had been on the forces behind Yi Xian and the ancient god abyss, thus neglecting Yi Xian himself. In fact, Yi Xian himself was also very scary. This kind of person must be killed as an enemy. Yi Xian looked at the terrestrial venerable and smiled. "Do you want to know how the human venerable died?" The terrestrial venerable narrowed his eyes. "Are you threatening me?" Yi Xian smiled and turned to leave. In the sky, the terrestrial venerable stared at Yi Xian. How did the human venerable die? In fact, the death of the human venerable was not scary. What was scary was that the human venerable died in the mortal world. What did this mean? It meant that the woman who killed the human venerable was not suppressed by the dark way law of the mortal world. An abyss had met someone who could ignore the dark way law of the mortal world. Sitatingyan, that woman had caused an abyss to suffer great losses. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Netherworld Hall. The terrestrial venerable turned to see a woman standing beside him. The woman wore a simple black dress. The black dress was as black as ink and exuded a sense of oppression. Celestial Venerable. The ancestral master hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Celestial Venerable." The Celestial Venerable nodded. Beside her, the terrestrial venerable said, "Big sister, you came early." The Celestial Venerable said softly, "Third brother is dead. How could I not come early?" The terrestrial venerable was silent. The Celestial Venerable looked at the terrestrial venerable. "You don't look sad at all." The terrestrial venerable shook her head. "There is no point in being sad." The Celestial Venerable smiled. "Indeed." Then she looked down. "I have found out that the person who helped him is from a force called Netherworld Hall in the 4th dimension." The terrestrial venerable frowned. "Netherworld Hall? Why have I never heard of it?" The Celestial Venerable said softly, "A very ancient force and very mysterious. They appeared in the 4th dimension, but for some reason they disappeared." The terrestrial venerable said in a low voice, "Disappeared? Did they leave?" The Celestial Venerable nodded. "They left. As for where they went, I don't know. But for now, they are a very scary group of people." The terrestrial venerable asked, "Why do you think so?" The Celestial Venerable looked at the terrestrial venerable. "Do you know why that woman disappeared after killing the human venerable?" Without waiting for the terrestrial venerable to answer, the Celestial Venerable said, "Because what she came was just a clone." "Clone?" The terrestrial venerable's pupils suddenly shrank. "This," the Celestial Venerable smiled. "A clone in the mortal world ignored the great Tao nomological laws left by Dark Ancestor and killed the human venerable. Don't you find it very unbelievable?" The terrestrial venerable said in a low voice, "This is too scary. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." The Celestial Venerable said softly, "There is something even scarier." The terrestrial venerable looked at the Celestial Venerable. "What?" The Celestial Venerable looked down. He encountered the Naga race. "As far as I know, the last patriarch of the Naga race was suppressed in the dark world by that person. I have been to the dark world. That old patriarch has fallen, which means that the Almighty has taken action. However, Yi Xian left the dark world with the granddaughter of the Naga race's old patriarch. There are two possibilities. The first is that the Almighty let Yi Xian and Naga go, which is basically impossible. The second is, at this point, she did not continue, the terrestrial venerable said in a low voice. The second is that the person behind Yi Xian protected Yi Xian and Naga. The celestial venerable nodded. Yes, if someone really protected him, then we have to reevaluate the strength of the force behind him. The terrestrial venerable suddenly asked, Big sister, do you know that plain-dressed woman? The celestial venerable was silent. The terrestrial venerable frowned slightly. Why? The celestial venerable said softly, mysterious and powerful. The terrestrial venerable asked, how powerful? The celestial venerable laughed lightly. Do you know why the ancient god Abyss is so determined to help Yi Xian? The terrestrial venerable said in a low voice. Because of the plain-dressed woman. The celestial venerable nodded. According to my investigation, the plain-dressed woman has been to the ancient god Abyss. However, I do not know what happened there. But what is certain is that the ancient god Abyss is so determined to protect Yi Xian. Even Suja has come personally. This must have something to do with the plain-dressed woman. And for the ancient god Abyss to help Yi Xian at all costs. Either the plain-dressed woman has made a deal with them, or they want to form a good relationship with the plain-dressed woman. If it is the latter, it means that the plain-dressed woman's strength is beyond our imagination. The terrestrial venerable was silent, his expression solemn. The celestial venerable said again, there is one more thing. Yi Xian has swallowed the blood of the Naga Dragon clan. His body has the power of the Naga Dragon clan. The blood of the Naga Dragon clan is unyielding and domineering. Not to mention among humans, even among the demonic beasts, it is at the top of the pyramid. However, Yi Xian can swallow their blood. What does this mean? It means that the power of Yi Xian's bloodline is above that of the Naga Dragon clan. No, it should be far beyond the Naga Dragon clan. However, we know nothing about the origin of the power of his bloodline. The terrestrial venerable shook his head. This person is too mysterious. The celestial venerable looked down at the Tao city. Doubting ancestor Zhao Jiqing made him the Tao master after meeting him. There are two reasons. First, he took a fancy to him. Of course, he is indeed a rare genius. But I don't think Zhao Jiqing made him the Tao master and gave him the Tao seal just because of this. The terrestrial venerable said in a low voice. The force behind him. The celestial venerable nodded. It must be. Apart from that, this person is also related to Situ Tingyun. There must be an extremely mysterious and powerful force behind him. And these people might not belong to our world. The terrestrial venerable frowned slightly. Do we have a chance of winning? The celestial venerable shook his head. Judging from the strength displayed by Situ Tingyun and the woman from the Netherworld Hall, we have no chance of winning. The terrestrial venerable said in a low voice. Are we going to give up? The celestial venerable smiled. No. The terrestrial venerable frowned slightly. Why? The celestial venerable said softly. Because he might summon the spirit of the great path. We are destined to be enemies with him. With that she smiled slightly. It's not that we have no chance of winning. We have to play this game of chess well. After all, there are too many people who want the Tao scripture in his hands now. It's true that I and Yuan don't have a great chance of winning if I fight him alone. But why should we fight him alone? We can choose to fight him together, can't we? P.S. One ticket is too few. Can we vote for a few more? End of this chapter. Chapter 1424. Yi Xian returned to his room. In front of him was the soul-quelling sword. The soul-quelling sword had not broken through, but she had reached a critical point. If she had absorbed Yi Jun's soul, she would have broken through. Unfortunately, Yi Jun had escaped. Yi Jun's escape also made Yi Xian understand that experts above the Tao attainment realm were not so easy to kill. After a long silence, Yi Xian suddenly kept the soul-quelling sword and left. As for Nian Nian, she was still in the prison pagoda. It was too dangerous for her to be out there. One must know that the person in Yuan was truly afraid of was not Yi Xian, but Nian Nian. Yi Xian arrived in the starry sky of the fifth dimension. Suja was in this starry sky. Suja did not leave with his people. If he did, the experts from an yuan would definitely come out in full force. That was not something the fifth dimension could fight against. Seeing Yi Xian, Suja smiled faintly. Young friend, you managed to injure Yi Jun with a single strike. With such strength, not to mention the fifth dimension, even in the whirling world, among the younger generation, you are considered a top existence. Yi Xian shook his head. Senior must be joking. I was able to injure Yi Jun because he underestimated me and lowered his realm. If not for that, I'm afraid I would not be his opponent. Suja's eyes flashed with surprise. Yi Xian had destroyed Yi Jun's body with a single strike, but he did not feel complacent. This surprised him. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Thank you for your help. I, Yi Xian, am eternally grateful. Suja collected his thoughts and smiled. And Yuan's enemy is my ancient god Abyss's friend. Yi Xian hesitated, then said, Senior has seen Qing'er? The woman in the plain dress. The smile on Suja's face gradually disappeared. He nodded slightly. Greetings, Senior. Yi Xian quickly asked, Did she say anything? Suja smiled bitterly. When they first met that Senior, she wanted to destroy the ancient god Abyss because their strength threatened Yi Xian. Suja shook his head and smiled. Little friend, she didn't say anything else. She just asked us not to hurt you. Yi Xian was speechless. Suja hesitated for a moment before asking, Young friend, may I ask what is Senior's background? In fact, she had investigated Yi Xian and the plain dress woman. She knew a lot about Yi Xian, but she knew practically nothing about the plain-dressed woman. Too mysterious. What is Qing'er's background? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Actually, he didn't know either. He only knew that her name was Qing'er, and that she was his relative. Other than that, he knew nothing about her background. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't answer, Suja didn't ask any further. Instead, he changed the topic. Young friend, with Senior's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for her to destroy the ancient god Abyss. Why is she? Yi Xian sighed softly. Senior, don't you understand? She doesn't even care about the ancient god Abyss. Hearing this, Suja's face gradually became solemn. That's right. With Senior's strength, does she need to care about the ancient god Abyss? Just like an elephant, does it need to care about an ant? At this moment, Yi Xian asked again. Senior, you should know about the cause of misfortune, right? Suja nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he seemed to have thought of something. His pupil shrank abruptly. Young friend, do you mean to say that she is blocking the cause of misfortune for you? Yi Xian nodded. Suja's expression became incomparably solemn. No wonder you were able to survive until now. I see. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior, what is the realm above Tao attainment? Suja said in a low voice, Unity. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Unity. Suja nodded. Unity of all laws, unity of all Taos. Experts who have reached this level can unite all laws and Taos in the world into one. Currently, whether it is the ancient god Abyss or the ancient god Abyss, experts of this level are few and far between. As for the Tao attainment realm, although there are many Tao attainment realm experts in the ancient god Abyss, those who can truly attain Tao can be counted on one hand. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Truly attain Tao attainment realm? Suja nodded his head slightly. Every realm is divided into true and false. Some Tao attained realm cultivators are not as strong as they used to be. Just like Yi Jun, he was not as strong as he used to be. It could be said that his true strength was not even 60% of the Tao attained realm. If the other party is not as powerful, even if you suppress your realm, you may not be able to defeat him. Just like you, even if you suppress your realm to the Tao validation realm, within the Tao validation realm, there are not many who can be your opponent. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Suja continued. The ancient god Abyss has three venerables, the heavenly venerable, the earthly venerable, and the human venerable. All three are at the consolidation realm. But the heavenly venerable is the most terrifying, because she is the kind of consolidation that is not as powerful as before. Other than that, the ancient god Abyss also has the yin-yang gods. These two have reached the peak of the consolidation realm tens of thousands of years ago. As for now, I'm afraid they are unfathomable. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Young friend, I still want to advise you. Why don't you come with me to the ancient god abyss? There, the ancient god abyss can protect you. If you are in the 5th dimension, the ancient god abyss will not be able to help you. Yi Xian said in a low voice. I appreciate Senior's kindness. But if I leave here, the ancient god abyss will definitely threaten me with the 5th dimension. I will not give up on the 5th dimension. Suja sighed softly. But forgive me for being blunt, young friend, with your current strength, there is no way you can fight against the ancient god abyss. Unless Miss Nian Nian regains her memory, or the person behind young friend appears. Yi Xian was silent. When would Nian Nian regain her memory? He did not know. As for the Netherworld Temple, the current Netherworld Temple would not have time to care about him. It could be said that he could only face everything by himself. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at Suja. Senior, if I may be so bold as to ask a favor. Suja nodded. Young friend, please speak, Yi Xian said in a low voice. Senior, I want you to stay in the 5th dimension for 3 months. I need 3 months. Suja was silent. Yi Xian suddenly said, if I meet Qing in the future, if you have any questions or want to know, I can ask Qing on your behalf. Hearing this, Suja's expression changed. He cupped his fists and said, if that's the case, then this old man will thank you in advance. If he could ask the woman in the plain dress for advice, it would definitely be beneficial. A pointer from that kind of expert was equivalent to 10,000 years of hard work. Suja continued, little friend, I will transfer 26 Dao completion experts to the 5th dimension. Apart from this, I will personally invite my master to the 5th dimension just in case. With him here, even if the Heavenly Sovereign personally takes action, he will not be able to do anything to you. Yi Xian cupped his fists and said, many thanks. Suja smiled. Young friend, this old man also has a favor to ask. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, please speak. Suja became serious. If you really manage to gather all the Tao scriptures in the future, I hope that you can borrow my ancient god's abyss to take a look. Is that possible? Yi Xian smiled. Of course. Suja smiled. Thank you. After chatting with Suja for a while, Yi Xian turned around and left. Suja also left the 5th dimension. From the current situation, he knew that even he could not control this place. Because not only was there the dark abyss, there was also the whirling world. It was really difficult. In the starry sky, Suja suddenly stopped in his tracks. Not far in front of him stood a woman. The Heavenly Venerables. Suja narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect the Heavenly Venerables to personally come forward. The Heavenly Venerables laughed. Suja, in my impression, you are a cunning person. But this time, it doesn't seem worth it for you to help Yi Xian. That doesn't seem like your style. Suja was expressionless. The enemy of the ancient god's abyss is the friend of the ancient god's abyss. The Heavenly Venerables shook his head and laughed. No. If I'm not wrong, you are helping him because of the woman behind him. Suja looked at the Heavenly Venerables and did not speak. The Heavenly Venerables' lips curled up. Suja, I am really curious. How strong is the woman in the plain dress? How could the ancient god's abyss spare no effort to help Yi Xian? Suja laughed. It seems that you are also investigating the woman in the plain dress. He wanted to call him senior, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Why should he let the ancient god's abyss know how strong the woman in the plain dress was? Wouldn't it be better to let them do what they want? The Heavenly Venerables looked at Suja. As far as I know, the Whirling Sect, Xianhuan Sect, and the #1 aristocratic family, the Xiao clan, have all sent people to the 5th dimension. In addition, the Whirling World Xuanji Sect has already built a transmission array. Once the transmission array is completed, it will be much easier for the Whirling World to come to the 5th dimension. When that time comes, do you know what Yi Xian will face? Oh yes, there is also the ancient god's abyss. Suja was silent. The Heavenly Venerables laughed. Suja, the ancient god's abyss is helping Yi Xian. This is equivalent to making everyone your enemy. Suja laughed. So what? The Heavenly Venerables looked at Suja. After a moment of silence, she laughed. It seems that the woman in the plain dress is stronger than I thought. But do you think that she can deal with everyone? Suja looked at the heavenly venerables and laughed. Heavenly venerables, since you have been persuading me for so long, I will also give you a word of advice. Whether it is the ancient god's abyss or the ancient god's abyss, it has not been easy for us to survive until now. The world itself is already very difficult. Why do we still have to work hard? Is the Tao scripture really that important? Is it not good to be alive? The heavenly venerables looked at Suja. How strong is she? Suja was silent. The heavenly venerables laughed. Let me rephrase my question. If I were to fight with her, what percentage would I have? Suja looked at the heavenly venerables. You. The heavenly venerables nodded. I should have some chance of winning, right? Suja was silent for a moment before replying. Let's make it 3-7. You 3, she 7. The heavenly venerables blinked. Really? Suja replied calmly. I have never lied to anyone before. The heavenly venerables laughed. I know. Thank you for telling me. After saying that, she turned and disappeared into the horizon. Suja said softly. The feeling of lying is so king satisfying. No wonder little friendy likes to lie. Chapter 1425. The Five-Dimensional Universe. Inside the sword hall, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was Jia Lu. He was currently teaching Jia Lu the Tao scripture mantra. Jia Lu also cultivated a Tao body, but she did not cultivate the Tao scripture mantra. Now he was teaching her the Tao scripture mantra without reservation. Jia Lu's strength was the closest to the Tao attainment realm. If she cultivated the Tao scripture mantra, her strength would reach a terrifying level. For now, even Yi Xian could not compare to her. After all, she was a member of the Dragon Clan, and had a unique advantage. A moment later, Jia Lu stood up and looked at Yi Xian. Thank you. With that, she returned to the prison pagoda. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian stood up and left the hall. At this time, Yi Jiming's voice sounded in his mind. What plans do you have next? Yi Xian chuckled. What plans can I have? I can only take one step at a time. Yi Jiming said solemnly. We must let Nian Nian recover her memory. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I also want to, but you know Nian Nian's situation. She doesn't even know when she will recover her memory. After a moment of silence, Yi Jiming said, Do you still remember what your aunt said? Yi Xian asked. What did she say? Yi Jiming said solemnly. She said that she could not interfere with Nian Nian's matters. In other words, Nian Nian's memory loss might have been intentional. Yi Xian frowned slightly. On purpose. Yi Jiming said. That's my guess. But why did she lose her memory? Is it because of the five-dimensional universe? But now that the five-dimensional universe has recovered, Yi Xian was silent. In fact, he was also very puzzled. Why did Nian Nian lose her memory? Did she not want to remember the past? That shouldn't be the case. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The moment this middle-aged man appeared, Venerable Mi appeared behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. From the Saha world? The middle-aged man smiled and said, The great elder of the profound error sect, Li Qiuheng. Yi Xian said with a smile. Sire must have come for the Tao scripture. Li Qiuheng nodded. Young Master Yi before I came, and Yuan came looking for me. They wanted to cooperate with my Black Nebulous sect, but I didn't agree immediately. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, Young Master Yi, do you know why I didn't agree immediately? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Li Qiuheng smiled and said, Young Master Yi, you are a smart person. You should understand that with your strength and the strength of the fifth dimension, it is impossible to protect those Tao scriptures. If that's the case, why don't you hand it over and keep it safe? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Sire, if I hand over the Tao scripture, will you really let me go? Li Qiuheng looked at Yi Xian. If you are willing to hand it over, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can guarantee that my Black Nebulous sect will not be your enemy. Yi Xian was silent. Li Qiuheng smiled and said, I know that there is a powerful and mysterious force behind young Master Yi. However, young Master Yi, Do you really think that the people behind you can fight against the major sects of the Saha world, and in Yuan at the same time? Yi Xian didn't say anything. Li Qiuheng shook his head and smiled. Young master, you might not understand the Saha world. I can only tell you that any one of the top forces in the Saha world can easily destroy the entire fifth dimension. Yi Xian thought about it and then said, what senior said makes sense. This Tao scripture is a disaster in the hands of me, Yi Xian. However, I am a bit unwilling to hand it over like this. Li Qiuheng smiled and said, it is normal to be unwilling. However, although treasures are good, life is more important, isn't it? Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, if I hand over the 6 Tao scriptures to you, will I get any benefits? Li Qiuheng looked at Yi Xian and said, you still want benefits? Yi Xian chuckled and said, if there are no benefits, who wouldn't I hand it over to? I don't necessarily have to hand it over to Senior. What do you think? Li Qiuheng pointed at Yi Xian and smiled. Greedy. No, you want to use the Tao scripture to stall for time, and buy time for yourself. Young Master Yi, do you really think that you can deal with our major forces? You're thinking too simply of us. We won't give you this opportunity. 5 days. If you don't hand over the Tao scripture in 5 days, we will make you and the entire fifth dimension disappear from this world. Of course, young Master Yi can also hurry up and call for reinforcements. If you are late, it will be too late. After saying that, he turned around and left. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian and said, I heard that the woman behind you is very strong? Yi Xian looked at Li Qiuheng and Li Qiuheng smiled and said, if you are pinning your hopes on her, then let me tell you, in the future, you will find out what a stupid idea this is. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Just as Li Qiuheng disappeared, Xian Chu appeared in front of Yi Xian. Xian Chu looked at Yi Xian and said, don't mind it. The whirling world is the birthplace of the Tao scripture and martial arts civilization. The people there look at the people outside the universe like city people look at country people. Yi Xian smiled and said, I don't mind it at all. I am even a little happy. Xian Chu looked at Yi Xian and understood. The more the whirling world looked down on Yi Xian, the happier Yi Xian was. Xian Chu said in a deep voice, what are your plans next? As far as I know, the experts of the Xuanhuan sect are already on their way, and there are many of them. In addition, the Xuanji sect is also building a teleportation array. Speaking of this, she looked at Yi Xian and said, originally, it was impossible for the Xuanji sect to build a teleportation array that can lead to the 5-dimensional universe, because it is extremely difficult to come here from the whirling world. Even the experts of the consolidation realm can't easily come to this world. However, because of the Tao scripture, the major forces of the whirling world have united like never before. Their goal is not only the Tao scripture, but also your universe. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, resources. Xian Chu nodded and said, if you want to develop, you must have resources. And your universe is a good target for the whirling world. In addition, because of the Tao scripture, the major forces of the whirling world have helped the Xuanji sect build a teleportation array. What the whirling world is after is not just the Tao scripture. Yi Xian looked calm and did not speak. No one knew what he was thinking. Xian Chu looked at Yi Xian and said, the current situation is that even if you hand over the Tao scripture, the whirling world and the dark abyss will not let you go. Your 5-dimensional universe, the Tao world, the 6-dimensional universe, the doubting world, and the celestial abyss, especially those top-grade mineral veins, are all coveted by them. Of course, the most important thing is the Tao scripture. You have 6 Tao scriptures, and in addition to the 2 from the dark abyss, you have a total of 8 Tao scriptures. They will go crazy. Yi Xian said with a smile. Xian Chu, what are you trying to say? Xian Chu said in a deep voice, I want your 6 Tao scriptures. If you give them to me, I can help you. Yi Xian said with a smile, how can I help? Xian Chu said, as long as you give me the Tao scripture, whether it is the dark abyss or the whirling world, my whirling sect will help you deal with them. Yi Xian looked at Xian Chu and said, the whirling sect is that strong? Xian Chu nodded. Yes, Yi Xian said with a smile. Xian Chu, I trust you, but I don't trust the whirling sect. Do you understand what I mean? Xian Chu frowned slightly. Do you think I don't have the ability to make decisions? Yi Xian nodded. Xian Chu's expression was calm. If there are no accidents, I will be the next whirling sect master. Yi Xian shook his head. Xian Chu, you said it yourself. If there are no accidents. Also, Miss Xian Chu, I Yi Xian, will not put my fate in the hands of others. If I give you the Tao scripture, and you suddenly ignore me, won't I be embarrassed? Xian Chu was silent. Yi Xian said with a smile. Miss Xian Chu, I appreciate your kindness. After saying that, he turned and left. Xian Chu looked at Yi Xian in the distance and sighed softly. At this time, an old man appeared beside her and said in a deep voice, Heavenly Venerable in Yuan contacted us. He asked if we are interested in joining forces. Xian Chu shook her head. I'm not interested. The old man frowned slightly. Why? Xian Chu spoke softly. Because I feel that something bad will happen if they target Yi Xian like this. The old man spoke in a low voice. You're talking about the people behind him? Xian Chu closed her eyes slowly. So many people are bullying him. So those people definitely won't sit idly by. The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, I know that the Blackout sect, the Profound Secrets School, the Xiao clan, and the Tao Return Institute have joined forces within Yuan this time. Their true objective isn't just Yi Xian himself. It's the people behind him as well. If we don't participate now, then once Yi Xian is defeated in the future, our whirling sect won't have a share in the Tao scripture. Moreover, we might even be isolated by these powers. So now, Xian Chu suddenly looked at the old man. Is this what the sect master wants? The old man shook his head. The sect master wants you and exalt you to make the decision. Xian Chu spoke in a low voice. When will master arrive? The old man replied. I don't know. Xian Chu looked at the old man. And the old man spoke in a low voice. Exalt you has already stopped contacting me. She might have already arrived in the 5th dimension. Xian Chu fell silent. The old man continued. There's one more thing, and that is that the transmission array has already been completed under the alliance of several great powers. The Tao scripture is almost complete. Once it's completed, a large number of super experts will rush over to the 5th dimension. At that time, Yi Xian will. He didn't continue. Xian Chu spoke softly. Their true objective is the people behind Yi Xian and Mu Nianyan. The old man nodded. And Yuan will also send a large number of experts to the 5th dimension. They only have one goal. And that is to force the power behind Yi Xian to show themselves. Then they will be destroyed. Xian Chu looked down at the 5th dimension and spoke softly. Will they show themselves to help Yi Xian? The old man spoke in a low voice. If they don't show themselves, Yi Xian will definitely die. The 5th dimension will definitely be destroyed. At this moment, the old man turned around. Behind them was a woman. Senior Sister Lu. The old man glanced at Senior Sister Lu, but didn't speak. In fact, they already knew that Senior Sister Lu was here. Xian Chu looked at Senior Sister Lu. Can you persuade Yi Xian? Senior Sister Lu was expressionless. Why should I persuade him? Does he really think that the Yang family is easy to bully? After saying this, she turned around and left. Xian Chu frowned slightly. Yang family? What family? The old man shook his head. Never heard of it. Xian Chu was silent. Spirit Palace. On this day, Senior Sister Lu came to the Spirit Palace and found Ling Er. She looked at Ling Er. You can contact that little white fellow, right? Ling Er nodded. Senior Sister Lu was expressionless. Contact her. Ling Er hesitated for a moment, then opened a box. Somewhere in the distant starry sky, the little white thing next to the azure-robed man suddenly stopped. She hurried to open a box. A moment later, she suddenly lifted her head to look at Yi Xian. Then she waved her little paw quickly. The green-robed man was silent. Beside him, the spear-wielding woman looked at the green-robed man. If you don't care, I will go back. The green-robed man shook his head. It's too late. We are too far away from him. Unless we shatter the starry sky. Even if we shatter the starry sky, it will still take a month. The spear-wielding woman raised her eyebrows slightly. So what? The green-robed man held the spear-wielding woman's hand and said softly, I will inform a few people. As his voice fell, he opened his palm. An array of sword light suddenly shot up into the sky. The next moment, the ray of sword light split into several rays of sword aura and disappeared in the starry sky. On the peak of an unknown mountain, a woman sat cross-legged on a boulder. Suddenly she opened her eyes. In the sky in front of her, the space was torn apart by a ray of sword aura. The woman opened her right hand, and the ray of sword aura fell into her hand. When she saw the sword aura, the woman looked excited. You finally contacted me. As she said this, she frowned slightly. The five-dimensional universe? The dark abyss. I should have killed all these pieces of trash back then. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly drew her sword and slashed forward. With this slash, the space in front of her split open. In the next moment, she turned into a ray of sword light and entered the pitch-black space. Soon after, a ray of sword light tore through the pitch-black space tunnel. On the other side, in an unknown galaxy, a woman slowly walked in a resplendent galaxy. The starry sky around her was dazzling, mysterious, and beautiful. This woman wore a white robe, and there was a wine gourd hanging on her waist. At this moment, the woman suddenly stopped. Not far in front of her, there was a black door floating in the air. The woman said softly, The cause of disaster. Brother, was it forced on you by others, or is it your own? I will investigate clearly. As she said this, she walked towards the black door floating in the air. At this moment, a ray of sword aura suddenly appeared not far behind her. The woman turned around and opened her palm. The ray of sword aura fell into her palm. A moment later, the woman's expression suddenly became ferocious. Bandit Yang, if anything happens to him, I will fuse with that woman and blow your dog head off. After saying that, she suddenly threw a punch in front of her. Boom! Under this punch, the starry sky was destroyed and nothing existed. The next moment, a ray of white light tore through the pitch-black space. This was an unknown starry sky. In the starry sky, there was a stone staircase that was millions of feet long. The stone staircase stood in the starry sky, and at the end of the stone staircase, there was a huge stone door. On the stone staircase, a swordsman wearing a cloud-white robe walked slowly. P.S. The college entrance examination is over. Tomorrow will be early. One vote is also love. Chapter 1426. Around them, the starry sky was deathly silent. On the stone steps, Swordsman was walking slowly and calmly. At the bottom of the stone steps, there was a sloppily dressed old man. The old man's hair was long and messy, and at his waist, there was a small black wine pot. At this moment, this sloppy old man was staring at the swordsman on the stone steps. The stone steps were 990,000 zhang in total. 1 zhang was a Dao law. 1 zhang was a heaven and earth. 1 zhang was a whirling wind. The stone steps were the road, and the stone door at the end was the legendary Dao Gate. What was the Dao Gate? According to legend, it was an inheritance left behind by the Dao scripture's owner. Once you enter the Dao Gate, you can obtain the Dao. After the Dao scripture's owner, no one had ever reached the Dao Gate. Even the 4 disciples of the Dao scripture's owner did not. Not only that, they did not even reach half the distance. At this moment, Swordsman was only 10,000 zhang away from the Dao Gate. At this time, the swordsman suddenly sped up. He walked faster and faster. The Dao law on the Dao path did not seem to have any effect on him. Seeing the swordsman suddenly speed up, the sloppy old man's pupils shrank. His eyes filled with disbelief. Soon, the swordsman arrived in front of the Dao Gate. The stone door slowly opened, and a voice floated out from inside. Enter this door, and you can obtain the Dao. The swordsman chuckled. Dao, can you block my sword? With that, he turned around and floated away. The stone door was empty and quiet. When the swordsman returned to the starting point, the sloppy old man suddenly said with a trembling voice, Your Excellency, why don't you go in and see? You can obtain the true Dao by entering this door. The swordsman did not look back. I am already invincible. Why would I need to enter the Dao? The sloppy old man was petrified. At this time, the starry sky several hundred zhang in front of the swordsman suddenly split open, and a strand of sword chi floated out. The swordsman opened his palm, and the strand of sword chi steadily fell in front of him. A moment later, the swordsman looked up into the distance and whispered, "The five-dimensional universe?" At this point, he turned to look at the sloppy old man. "Can you do me a small favor?" The sloppy old man hurriedly said, "Senior, please speak. Senior." In fact, the sloppy old man felt rather complicated. How many years had it been? When had he ever called anyone senior? Swordsman smiled faintly. The son of an old friend has encountered some trouble in the fifth dimension. The people there are too weak, so I have no interest in going there. However, the son of an old friend is in trouble, so I have no choice but to help. So, the slovenly old man hurriedly said, "This junior is willing to go and help." This was a great opportunity to form a good relationship. Why would such an expert seek his help? Such an opportunity was hard to come by even in 10,000 years. Swordsman nodded. "Since you've done me a favor, I should also do you a favor. Tell me." The sloppy old man hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Senior, please give me some pointers." Swordsman shook his head. "I can't guide you." The sloppy old man was puzzled. "Why?" Swordsman chuckled. "You are within the realm, but I am not." The sloppy old man was stunned. "Not within the realm?" Swordsman nodded. "I don't have a realm." The sloppy old man. Swordsman suddenly walked into the distance. "The Tao is in the heart, and you are the Tao. There is no need to become someone else's Tao. Since you have reached the end of the road, why not try another one?" As he spoke, he had already disappeared at the end of the starry sky. At the same time, a voice came from the end of the starry sky. "Actually, there is nothing wrong with being weak. At least you can taste the taste of defeat." At the stone steps, the sloppy old man was silent. After a long time, he respectfully bowed towards the distance. "Thank you for your guidance." As he said this, he turned to look at the stone door with a complicated expression. "Master, I finally know why you are disappointed in us. It turns out that you don't want us to follow your path." After saying this, he turned and left. Qingcheng. On this day, a woman arrived at Qingcheng. The woman wore a long white dress and was as beautiful as a fairy. As soon as she stepped into Qingcheng, she attracted the attention of countless people around her. Although many people around her had lustful thoughts, no one dared to offend her. The woman slowly arrived at the Yi family. At this time, the Yi family had already declined. There were only a few people left in the entire Yi family. The woman walked towards the Yi family. At this time, a Yi family guard blocked in front of the woman. He glanced at the woman. "You are?" The woman smiled faintly, and in the next moment, she had already disappeared. The guard was stunned. When the woman reappeared, she was already in the Yi residence. To be precise, she was in the small courtyard where Yi Xian and Yi Ling used to live. The woman looked around and smiled. "Yi Xian." At this time, a weak voice sounded behind the woman. "You are?" The woman turned around. In front of her stood an extremely weak old man. The woman looked at the old man and did not speak. The old man said with a trembling voice, "Do you know Yi Xian?" The woman nodded. "I do." The old man hurriedly asked, "Is he dead?" The woman shook her head. "No." The old man was stunned. Then he fell to the ground. "He's not dead yet." The woman looked at the old man. "You're going to die." The old man smiled miserably. "I know," the woman smiled. "You want him to die. Why is that?" The old man's expression suddenly became resentful. "He killed my grandson and caused me to become like this. Do you think I shouldn't want him to die?" The woman shook her head and smiled. "So it's you. I heard that you forced him to leave the Yi family." The old man stared at the woman. "He was never a member of the Yi family." The woman smiled. "In your heart, you think that your grandson and the Yi family patriarch's position are the most important. But do you know that your so-called patriarch's position is nothing in his eyes? He was born in your Yi family. In fact, it was a great opportunity for your Yi family. If you had used this opportunity well, I believe that the fate of your Yi family would have been changed. Unfortunately, You forcibly turned this opportunity into an ill-fated relationship. The old man looked at the woman. What level has he reached now? Has he reached the Dharma realm? The woman blinked. Dharma realm? The old man stared at the woman. I heard that the strongest in the entire Azure province is the Dharma realm. Has he reached the Dharma realm? The woman smiled. He's probably tens of thousands of times stronger than the Dharma realm. With his current strength, he should be able to destroy your Azure province with a sneeze. Hearing this, the old man was stunned. Then, as if he had gone mad, he said, "Impossible. He can't be that strong." The woman ignored the old man. She turned around and looked around. Then she said softly, "This small place can't cultivate someone like him." With that, she slowly closed her eyes. Soon the surrounding space trembled. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed. He quickly retreated. "You." At this moment, the woman suddenly opened her eyes. She narrowed her eyes. "I can't find out. What kind of force is behind you?" A moment later, the woman turned around and left. Behind her, the old man said in a trembling voice, Who are you?" The woman smiled. "I come from the whirling world." You probably haven't heard of it. This time, I came to the Yi family to see his past, and then to see the woman behind him. Unfortunately, she didn't leave any information. However, it's not like I didn't gain anything." After saying that, she disappeared. Whirling world. In the field, the old man's eyes were filled with confusion. What was that place? The five-dimensional universe. Somewhere in the starry sky, the celestial venerable stood quietly. Behind her were the master and the earth venerable. On the right of the celestial venerable stood a middle-aged man. He was Li Qiuheng of the Xuanhuan sect. Opposite Li Qiuheng was a middle-aged man. This person was Yi Jun, whose body had been destroyed by Yi Xian. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Li Qiuheng glanced at the old man and smiled. "So it's Elder Hu Bugui of the Tao Returning Academy." The old man called Hu Bugui said indifferently, "I heard that you're preparing to join forces to deal with the force behind Yi Xian?" The celestial venerable smiled. "Yes." Hu Bugui looked at the celestial venerable. "Count the Tao Returning Academy in." The celestial venerable smiled. "Welcome." Li Qiuheng suddenly looked at the celestial venerable. "Celestial venerable, is the force behind Yi Xian really that strong?" The celestial venerable said softly, "Everyone, there was a woman who appeared to help Yi Xian before. And she killed my third brother in the Dark Abyss Forbidden Area. My third brother is also at the Consolidation Realm, and the other party is only a clone." Hearing this, everyone's expressions became solemn. A clone. A clone had killed a Consolidation Realm expert. The celestial venerable continued. "Also, you should already know that Yi Xian has the calamity cause, but he's still alive. If I'm not wrong, someone must be blocking the calamity cause for him." In the distance, Hu Bugui frowned. "What kind of force is it?" The celestial venerable shook his head. "I don't know, but I'm sure that it's definitely a very strong force." "Very strong?" Hu Bugui sneered. "Isn't that a little exaggerated?" The celestial venerable looked at Hu Bugui and smiled. "Can you kill a Consolidation Realm expert with a clone?" Hu Bugui fell silent. He couldn't. Hu Bugui looked at the celestial venerable. "But I don't think there are many experts of that level." The celestial venerable asked. "What if there are many?" Hu Bugui frowned. "How is that possible? Even in the whirling world, there aren't many experts of that level." The celestial venerable smiled. "What if there are many?" At this moment, Li Qiuheng suddenly said, "The celestial venerable is right. What if there are many? Even if there aren't many, what if there are 2 or 3? Hu Bugui fell silent. The celestial venerable smiled. "I, and Yuan, suffered a great loss because I underestimated him." As she said this, she looked down and said softly, "Everyone, if we want to destroy Yi Xian and obtain the Tao scripture, we must first take care of the people behind him. So this time, everyone don't hide it anymore. Call as many experts as you can." Hu Bugui frowned. "If we call too many experts, what if the people behind him are afraid and don't show up? Wouldn't it be a loss?" The celestial venerable said softly, "That's true." Chapter 1427. In the starry sky, Li Qiuheng said, "We can do this, call more experts. But let the consolidation realm experts hide in the dark. Once the people behind Yi Xian appear, we can annihilate them in one fell swoop." As he spoke, he glanced at the crowd. "What do you think?" Li Qiuheng smiled and said, "That's fine." As he spoke, he looked at the Celestial Venerate. "Celestial Venerate, what do you think?" After a moment of silence, the Empyrean said, "I feel that we shouldn't underestimate the people behind him. It's better to be safe than sorry." Li Qiuheng smiled and said, "I know Sky Sovereign's concerns. Therefore, just in case, my Black Illusion sect will send 6 Peak Consolidation Realm experts and 20 Dao Attainment Realm experts to the 5th dimension." Hu Bugui added, "The Dao Returning Academy will also send 6 Peak Unity Realm experts and 20 Dao Attainment Realm experts." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Jun. After a moment of silence, Yi Jun said, "I'll withdraw." "Quit." Everyone looked at Yi Jun. Yi Jun said indifferently, "Everyone, my Yi family isn't as strong as you all, so we won't get involved." With that, he turned around and left. Although the Yi family was not considered weak in the whirling world, it was not particularly strong either. He had initially sought out Yi Xian because he didn't know Yi Xian's background. However, after hearing the Heavenly Venerate's words, he realized that Yi Xian wasn't as simple as he seemed. Even the Dark Abyss needed to join forces with the whirling world. One could imagine how powerful the force behind Yi Xian was. At this time, if the Yi clan still wanted to participate, it would be very stupid. Moreover, even if he won in the end, the Yi family would not benefit at all, because the Yi family was much weaker than the other forces. Therefore, no matter if they won or lost, the Yi family would not benefit from it. Leaving was the best choice. As for the grudge of having his body severed by Yi Xian, he no longer cared. It was good enough that he was alive. The others didn't say anything when they saw Yi Jun leave, nor did they try to persuade him to leave. The Yi family's strength was indeed nothing to them. Meanwhile, Li Qiuheng suddenly said, "What's the attitude of the whirling sect?" The whirling sect. Everyone looked at the Heavenly Exalt when they heard this. The whirling sect's attitude was extremely important, because the whirling sect was known as the #1 sect in the whirling world. After all, the whirling sect possessed the last Dao scripture. Yet it was still standing. Just this alone was sufficient to prove how powerful the whirling sect was. The Empyrean said softly, "Their attitude is unclear. However, we can be sure that even if they don't help us, they will definitely not help Yi Xian." Li Qiuheng nodded. Although the whirling sect is strong, they will definitely not go against all of us just for Yi Xian. However, we have to be careful. If they really help Yi Xian, then the matter will be slightly troublesome. The Empyrean nodded. "I'll go see them again and probe their attitude." After that, she looked at Li Qiuheng. "When will Profound Theory Sect's teleportation array be completed?" Li Qiuheng said solemnly, 5 days at most." 5 days. The Heavenly Exalt nodded and said, "The Shao clan also participated in the construction of the teleportation formation, right?" Li Qiuheng nodded. "Not only the Shao clan, but the whirling sect also participated." The Empyrean smiled. "It seems that you are very ambitious." Li Qiuheng smiled. "Since we're here, we naturally can't just bring along the Dao scripture. What do you say, Empyrean?" The Empyrean smiled. "Of course. You guys chat. I'll go see the 2 from the whirling sect and see what their attitude is." After that, she left with the Earth Venerable and the deceased master. Li Qiuheng looked at the 5th dimension below. "Let's get ready." After that, everyone left. The starry sky became quiet. Dao City, inside the Sword Hall. Yi Xian and Guanyin sat opposite each other. Venerable Mi was also beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Venerable Mi. "Are there many people coming recently?" Venerable Mi nodded. "In the 5th dimension, more and more mysterious experts are appearing. Most of them are from the whirling world." After that, he paused. "We must think of a countermeasure." Yi Xian nodded. "I know." After that, he looked at Guanyin. "What's the overall situation in the 5th dimension?" Guanyin said in a low voice, "There are no problems internally. But if the whirling world and the Dark Abyss really join forces, then we Yi Xian was silent. Guanyin said again. No matter what, we cannot fight in the fifth dimension. Otherwise, it will cause a destructive blow to the fifth dimension. Venerable Mi sighed. Their goal is the fifth dimension. Therefore, they will definitely not place the battlefield elsewhere. Moreover, we are very passive. After that he looked at Yi Xian. Sect Master. I feel that even if the ancient god Abyss helps us, we have no chance of winning. Moreover, if they pay too high a price, they will most likely withdraw. Yi Xian nodded. This time we can only rely on ourselves. Venerable Mi wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Xian said softly. Based on the current situation, we have no chance of winning. Am I right? Venerable Mi said in a low voice. Unless Miss Nian Nian regains her memory. Nian Nian. Guanyin and Yi Xian looked at Yi Xian. The only thing that could save the fifth dimension now was Nian Nian. As long as Nian Nian regained her memory, all the problems would be solved. But the problem was that Nian Nian showed no signs of recovering. Yi Xian suddenly stood up and left. Inside the hall, Venerable Mi and Guanyin looked at each other. Yi Xian came to the starry sky and looked down at the fifth dimension. This was the place that Yi Xian wanted to protect. But now, with the whirling world and the dark world joining forces, could he still protect this universe? As if thinking of something, he opened his palm, and 6 scrolls of Tao scripture appeared in his hand. Yi Jiming suddenly said, What's your plan? Hand it over? Yi Xian shook his head. It's useless to hand it over, because their goal is not only the Tao scripture, but also this universe. Yi Jiming said in a low voice, Compared to the whirling world, the fifth dimension and the doubting are too weak. As for the ancient god Abyss, as Venerable Mi said, if they pay too much, they will most likely retreat. Yi Xian was silent. Yi Jiming said again, Do you want to use this Tao scripture to make them kill each other? Yi Xian shook his head. Impossible. Those people are not stupid. If I do that, I will only give away the Tao scripture for nothing. Yi Jiming said, Whirling school. Yi Xian still shook his head. The whirling sect is powerful, but they only want my Taoist scripture. They won't really help me. Even if they help me, they will only help me. They won't help the entire 5-dimensional universe. They will even give up the 5th dimension to ease the relationship with other forces. In short, they will not rely on others. Yi Jiming said in a low voice. Can you contact the woman in the plain dress? Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. He could not sense the woman at all. Yi Jiming said in a low voice. This time is not like before. If the difference in strength between us is too great, the 5th dimension might become chaotic. Yi Xian nodded. This was also the problem he was most worried about. If the whirling world and the dark world joined hands, the 5th dimension would not be able to resist. In this situation, many experts in the 5th dimension might collapse. But this was normal, because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Yi Jiming said, What are your plans? Yi Xian was silent. After a while he looked at the Tao scripture in his hand. This Tao scripture was a hot potato. Actually, if it was only because of the Tao scripture, it would be easy to deal with. But the problem was not only the Tao scripture. The whirling world built the teleportation array to invade this universe and take it for themselves. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Teleportation array. Yi Jiming said solemnly. If the teleportation array can't be built, then the whirling world won't pose much of a threat to us. If there is only dark abyss, then ancient god Abyss won't have to sacrifice too much, and the situation will become advantageous to us. Of course, the prerequisite is to stop them from building the teleportation array. Yi Xian suddenly kept the Tao scripture and came to Seven's room. Yi Xian said solemnly, Seven, I want you to help me find someone. Seven looked at Yi Xian. Who? Yi Xian said a few words and moments later, Seven got up and left. Hold on until I return. After saying that, she turned into a streak of sword light and disappeared. At the entrance of the room, Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. I will try my best. After saying that, he disappeared. Soon, Yi Xian found Xian Chu. because he had to ask Xian Chu to know the coordinates of the teleportation array built by Xuanji sect. Xian Chu looked at Yi Xian. You want to destroy the teleportation array? Yi Xian nodded. Xian Chu shook his head. Impossible. That teleportation array was built by a few major forces. Moreover, my whirling sect also participated in it. It's definitely not something you can destroy. Yi Xian smiled. I still want to try. Xian Chu fell silent. Yi Xian asked again, can I? After a moment of silence, Xian Chu said, it's in the starry sky 120,000 li south of here. That's the coordinates chosen by Xuanji sect. They didn't expect you to destroy the teleportation array, so you can try. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Thank you. After saying that, he got up and was about to leave. Xian Chu suddenly said, even if you destroy the teleportation array, you'll only buy some time, and they won't give up. Yi Xian said softly, all I need is some time. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Xian Chu frowned slightly. What did he mean? Yi Xian didn't swagger off. Instead, he left Dao City stealthily and arrived at a starry sky according to Xian Chu's directions. This starry sky was the teleportation coordinates chosen by Xuanji sect. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and it didn't take long for the spatial Dao law to appear between his brows. A short while later, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. The space there was 300 m away was the coordinates chosen by Xuanji sect, because he'd sensed a mysterious force there. Yi Xian was about to attack when a voice resounded from behind him. If you dare to attack, you'll die right now. Chapter 1428. Yi Xian turned around. In front of him stood a woman. She was dressed in a spotless white dress. The woman smiled. I am Xian Chu's master. Xian Chu's master. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Whirling sect. The woman nodded. Yes. You can call me Yuzun. They all call me that. Yi Xian was silent. The woman smiled. Don't worry. I have no ill intentions towards you. Whirling sect will not ally with the Yuan. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Why? The woman smiled. There are two reasons. First, I am good friends with the ancestor of doubting Zhao Jiqing. As for the second reason, I can't tell you for now. Yi Xian smiled. Don't you want the Dao scripture? Yuzun said. We want it, but we won't snatch it from you. Yi Xian looked at Yuzun. Why? Yuzun smiled. I won't answer this question. As she spoke, she looked at the space 100 zhang in front of Yi Xian. Do you really think you can destroy this teleportation array? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Sir, please give me some pointers. Yuzun smiled. In that space, there are at least 5 consolidation realm experts protecting the array. If you go in, do you think you can fight against 5 consolidation realm experts? Yi Xian shook his head. I can't. Yuzun walked in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. Now, you have 2 choices. First, take the 5th dimension Tendo and run as far as you can. If you want to escape, with the help of ancient god Abyss, they might not be able to catch you. Second, hand over the Dao scripture. Yi Xian smiled. Give it to Whirling Sect? Yuzun nodded. If you give it to my Whirling Sect, I can promise you that my Whirling Sect will protect your 5th dimension. Yi Xian shook his head. I don't believe you. Venerable Yu smiled. Why? Yi Xian looked at Yuzun. Are you the sect leader of Whirling Sect? Yuzun shook his head. No, but the Whirling Sect's sect leader is my senior sister. Normally, she would not go back on her word. Yi Xian smiled and said, Average. Venerable Yu smiled and said, Then do you have a better choice? Yi Xian looked at Yuzun. Miss you, I can choose to die together with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and transformed into a streak of sword light that vanished into the horizon. Indiscriminate destruction. Yuzun spoke softly. Would you do that? Right at this moment, the space before her suddenly started trembling. Yuzun frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene. So quickly? Looks like he can't wait any longer. Yi Xian returned to the 5th dimension. He looked at the world below him in silence. Passive. The current situation in the 5th dimension was too passive. Although the ancient god Abyss had agreed to help, He knew that if the price was too high, the ancient god Abyss would definitely retreat, because it was impossible for the ancient god Abyss to become enemies with so many forces. Currently, if the ancient god Abyss retreated, the fifth dimension would not be able to fight back. Why did the whirling world and the ancient god Abyss join hands? It was because they wanted to deal with the forces behind him. However, he was aggrieved because he did not know what forces were behind him. What forces were behind him? Yi Xian was also a little confused. He only knew of Qing'er. As for the others, he wasn't familiar with them, including the ant from the Netherworld Hall who had come earlier. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed softly. Why did he feel like a scapegoat? At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was the Sky Sovereign. The Sky Sovereign looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "You are very calm. If I'm not wrong, you must have contacted the people behind you. Am I right?" Yi Xian was silent. He wanted to curse. Contact. I will contact your mother. Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man wearing a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince. Why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was afraid and didn't dare to look at the great elder, but she didn't leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the mining rights in Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. But the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is really unfair." "Impudent," the great elder suddenly said angrily. "It's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to discard him or not. Men, drag her away." At this moment, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly smiled and said, "She should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder said coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now he's fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang. He knew it was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, "Young master Yi Lang inherits the position of crown prince. Why are you shouting?" As he said this, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. The right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. But she didn't cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "I'm Zhang Mu. Greetings, Crown Prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the Crown Prince, I'll need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. "I'm willing to go through fire and water for the Crown Prince." Yi Lang nodded slightly. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show any mercy. Do you understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped when he saw something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking toward the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. This young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, Your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me! Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you discard him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men drag her away. At this time, the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly. Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yiling nodded slightly. Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yiling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yiling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yiling's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yiling, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yiling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yiling's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, Your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Chapter 1429. The appearance of these experts caused the entire starry sky to tremble. This expanse of the universe couldn't endure so many experts at all. Meanwhile, Li Qiuheng gazed at the Heavenly Exalt and smiled. Heavenly Exalt. My Black Illusion sect has a total of 8 Consolidation Realm experts and 22 Dao Transformation Realm experts. The same goes for the Profound School, Dao Returnance Institute, and Xiao Clan. What about you? Everyone gazed at the Heavenly Exalt. The Heavenly Exalt grinned. She knew that the members of the Whirling sect wanted to see in Yuan's strength. At this moment, she had no choice but to reveal in Yuan's strength. Because if in Yuan didn't reveal his formidable strength, then he wouldn't have the right to speak. The Heavenly Exalt smiled. Come out. As soon as she finished speaking, 12 black-robed experts suddenly appeared behind her. The expressions of Li Qiuheng and the others changed slightly when they witnessed this scene. All 12 of them were actually Consolidation Realm experts. If the Heavenly Exalt and Earthly Exalt were included, then it was a total of 14 Consolidation Realm experts. Besides that, there were 30 Dao Transformation Realm experts. It could be said that in Yuan had the most experts amongst the great powers. At this moment, the members of the Black Illusion sect didn't dare underestimate in Yuan. Meanwhile, a white-robed old man walked forward. He glanced at them and smiled. Everyone, I'm the old man, the Grand Elder of the Xiao Clan, Xiao Pingsheng. I think I should mention something in advance, and it's that there are only 6 scrolls of the Dao scripture. If we kill Yi Xian, then how will the 6 scrolls be divided? Everyone fell silent when they heard this. How to divide the Dao scripture was a very important question. Xiao Pingsheng smiled. We wouldn't have to kill each other then, right? Meanwhile, the Heavenly Exalt suddenly said, Elder Xiao, I think it's not suitable for us to talk about this now. Xiao Pingsheng gazed at the Heavenly Exalt. But this isn't a problem that can't be resolved without discussing it. The Heavenly Exalt gazed at Xiao Pingsheng. Elder Xiao, the premise of this question is that we're able to kill Yi Xian and annihilate the power that stands behind him. However, Do you think we're 100% confident in our ability? Xiao Pingxing chuckled and said, It's not that I look down on Yi Xian, but I really can't find any force in the entire universe that can fight against our joint forces. Even with the help of the ancient god Abyss and the Whirling Sect, it was impossible. According to what I know, the Whirling Sect has already chosen not to interfere in this matter. As for the ancient god Abyss, haven't they already left the fifth dimension? The Empyrean shook his head. Elder Xiao, the influence behind Yi Xian is unknown to us. And the unknown means that anything is possible. Xiao Pingxing was about to speak when Li Qiuheng suddenly said, What the Heavenly Venerate said makes sense. I think it's still too early for us to talk about the Tao scriptures. It wasn't appropriate either. It wouldn't be too late to discuss the matter of the Tao scripture after he destroyed Yi Xian and the forces behind him. And if we talk about it now, it's very likely to cause some unnecessary trouble and problems. Hu Buhui also nodded. Let's get rid of Yi Xian first. Seeing this, Xiao Pingxing did not insist. He immediately nodded. Then let's get rid of Yi Xian first. At this moment, Li Qiuheng suddenly laughed. Speaking of which, with so many of us, will the forces behind Yi Xian be so scared that they won't dare to show themselves? If that's the case, then this trip to the fifth dimension will be too boring. The Empyrean chuckled. Let's go. Let's go and meet Yi Xian. Everyone nodded. Soon, everyone disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the sky above the Tao City. When so many experts appeared in the sky above the Tao City, everyone in the Tao City was petrified. Then, everyone fell into despair. Even revered me felt despair at this moment. So many experts. How could the current fifth dimension fight against them? Below, Yi Xian walked out of the sword hall and looked up at the sky. When he saw so many experts in the sky, he fell silent. They really wanted to gang up on Yi Xian. Yi Xian slowly walked towards the sky. At this moment, a little girl appeared beside him. It was Nian Nian. Nian Nian grabbed Yi Xian's hand and softly said, I'll go with you. Yi Xian smiled. Okay. At this moment, Zhang Wenxiu, and Lan Xiu, and Lian Wanli also appeared beside him. There were also two people he was very familiar with. They were Xiao Dao and Qian Mo. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao and smiled. You shouldn't have come at this time. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and said, If I didn't come now, I might not have the chance to come in the future. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He looked at Qian Mo. Miss Qian Mo, what about you? Although he had slept with Qian Mo, that was Sister Nian's sin. There were feelings between him and Qian Mo, but there didn't seem to be any. On the other hand, they had dual cultivated. What was this? Were they sleeping partners? Qian Mo looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian was about to speak when the celestial venerate in the sky suddenly smiled. Yi Xian, you seem to have a lot of female confidants. Yi Xian looked up at the celestial venerate and said with a smile, Celestial venerate, to be honest, aren't you overestimating me? Let me count. TSK 46 Consolidation Realm. More than 100 Dao Attainment Realm. I'm only at Dao Defense Realm. Aren't you guys going too far? The celestial venerate looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, I've investigated you. You had many opponents in the past, but they're all dead. Why? There's a very important reason, and that's because they looked down on you. They didn't go all out. They always gave you a chance to grow. So you're alive, but they're dead. We won't make their mistakes. Look, we value you enough, right? Yi Xian was silent. The celestial venerate looked around and said with a smile, Yi Xian, where are your people? Yi Xian looked around and cursed in his heart. I also want to know where my people are. At this time, Li Qiuheng suddenly smiled. If an expert appears with our strength, even if they're millions of miles away, we'll still be able to sense them. Unfortunately, I don't sense any powerful aura. As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, don't tell me the people behind you are afraid? Below, Yi Xian suddenly turned to Venerable Mi and the rest. You guys go. Venerable Mi and the rest were stunned. Yi Xian smiled. There's no point in staying here. Venerable Mi was silent. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin below. Go. Guanyin was silent. Go. It was obvious that the fifth dimension had no chance of winning. With all the experts of the whirling world and the dark abyss joining hands, how could Yi Xian resist? It should be known that these factions had a foundation of hundreds of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. And what about Yi Xian? His biggest support was Nian Nian. But now, Nian Nian had become a little girl. Not only could she not help Yi Xian, but she also needed Yi Xian to protect her. It could be said that the fifth dimension was a dead end. At this time, Yi Xian looked at Dao City below. Everyone leave. He did not ask everyone to face the whirling world and the ancient god abyss with him, because that was equivalent to sending others to their deaths. In fact, he himself wanted to run away, but he knew that he could not escape, and he did not want to escape. He promised Sister Nian that he would protect this part of the universe, and he would do his best to do what he promised. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the people below had a complicated expression. They knew that Yi Xian wanted them to escape. Yi Xian looked at the people below and smiled. I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to protect you. Below, countless people suddenly slowly bowed to Yi Xian. In fact, Yi Xian not only changed the fifth dimension, but he also changed the fate of everyone. In the past, the fifth dimension, the sixth dimension, and the Dao world did not have a single true release realm expert. But now, let alone true release realm experts, there were many Dao validation realm experts. Moreover, Yi Xian also shared the Dao scripture. It could be said that Yi Xian changed everyone's fate. At this moment, when many people heard Yi Xian asking them to leave, their hearts were incomparably complicated. Unknowingly, they had already regarded the fifth dimension as their home. Here, it was really harmonious. In the sky, Yi Xian smiled again and said, Everyone, it is I, Yi Xian, who does not have the ability to protect everyone in this part of the universe. It has nothing to do with you. Below, an old man suddenly said in a trembling voice, Dao Master, why don't you escape? If you escape, with your talent, you might be able to contend against these people in the future. Escape? Yi Xian smiled lightly. They won't let me escape. Of course, I won't escape either. As he said that, he turned to look at Nian Nian beside him and said with a smile, I swore to you before. At that time, I said that I would live and die with the five-dimensional universe in the future. Although I was just playing tricks at that time, I never thought that this oath would actually come true. Nian Nian nodded slightly. She tightly held onto Yi Xian's hand. I will go with you. Yi Xian smiled. Okay. As he spoke, he looked at Dao City below. Everyone stop wasting time. Let's go. Below, many people hesitated for a moment before fleeing one after another. This was a battle that they had no chance of winning. But there were still some people who stayed. Of course, there were not many. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Venerable Me. At this moment, an old man appeared beside Venerable Me. The person who came was Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy said softly, They can let those people below go, but they won't let us go. Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy and smiled. Bai Dizzy, as far as I know, your escaping skills are top-notch. Why don't you escape? Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. You are doubting's only hope. If you die, then doubting really doesn't exist anymore. If doubting is gone, there is not much meaning in me living. So, let me accompany you to death. Yi Xian was speechless. Venerable Me suddenly said, Bai Dizzy is right. You are the doubting's last hope. If you perish today, then doubting will have no more hope. If doubting has no more hope, then what's the point of us living? As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. Today, let us accompany you on your last journey. Yi Xian smiled. Then he said, I didn't expect that we would have to live and die together today. Life is so wonderful. As he spoke, he gazed at Enlancio and the others. His gaze swept past them with a complicated expression. I really want to let all of you go, but I know that all of you definitely won't. When he spoke up to this point, he grinned. All of you wanted to return the favor in the afterlife. But I feel like they won't allow me to have an afterlife. So I'm sorry. If there is a next life, please don't meet a man like me. Even I feel like I'm trash. Zhang Wenxiu gazed at Yi Xian. You've finally spoken the truth. Yi Xian laughed. He glanced at the women again and said, I don't want to see all of you die because that would be worse than death. So let me die before all of you. As he spoke, he looked up at Venerable Tianji and the others and said softly, I want to defy the heavens and change my fate. I want to protect all of you in the fifth dimension by myself. But I can't do it. Reality is just so cruel. As he spoke, the blood within his body suddenly surged. In the next moment, a flame suddenly ignited within his body. Bloodline ignition. That wasn't all. His soul actually started to ignite as well. In a certain distant starry sky, a woman in a white robe suddenly stopped. She seemed to have sensed something, and she clenched her fists tightly, while her eyes almost split apart from rage. Brother, wait for me, wait for me. As she spoke, she suddenly vanished at the end of the starry sky, and everywhere she passed was annihilated inch by inch. Chapter 1430. In the sky above Dao City, Yi Xian's ignition of his soul and bloodline shocked everyone. Even the celestial venerables and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Yi Xian to directly ignite his bloodline and soul. The celestial venerables stared at Yi Xian. Where is the person behind you? She had been waiting for the person behind Yi Xian to appear. But now there was no one. Could it be that Yi Xian didn't have any force behind him? Or could it be that the force behind Yi Xian wasn't strong at all? After seeing the whirling sect and in Yuan joining forces, the force behind him was afraid. They didn't dare to appear. Below, Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Celestial venerables, I want to see the power of a consolidation realm expert before I die. Can you satisfy me? The celestial venerables looked at Yi Xian. Where is the person behind you? I'm afraid he won't dare to appear. Li Qiuheng suddenly laughed. Just like the ancient god Abyss, once the price is too high, no one will be willing to protect Yi Xian. So Yi Xian must have been abandoned. He has been abandoned. The celestial venerables scanned the surroundings, but still didn't sense any powerful aura. No one appeared. At this moment, Li Qiuheng suddenly laughed. Yi Xian, didn't you want to see the power of a consolidation realm expert? I'll fulfill your wish. With that, he suddenly disappeared. Down below, Yi Xian laughed. Bring it on. With that, he leaped up and slashed at the sky with his sword. Dao sword. This slash was unprecedentedly powerful. After igniting his bloodline and soul, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed like a volcanic eruption. And the moment Yi Xian slashed with his sword, he also used his Dao seal. With the enhancement of the Dao seal, bloodline, and soul, although he wasn't at the Dao attainment realm, his aura was several times stronger than an average Dao attainment realm expert. With this slash, a trace of shock flashed in the eyes of the celestial venerables. Yi Xian was only at the Dao defense realm. He was actually able to display such a powerful sword. The Empyrean looked down at Yi Xian. Truly a monster. At the moment when Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, a fist print swept down from the sky and directly blasted on Yi Xian's sword. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian returned to his original position. Li Qiuheng also returned to his original position. On his right fist there was a deep sword scar. At this moment, Li Qiuheng's eyes turned solemn. This Yi Xian's strength had actually reached such a level. Meanwhile, the distant heavenly exalt suddenly said, He's still getting stronger. Everyone looked at Yi Xian and saw that Yi Xian's aura was still rising crazily, as if there was no limit. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's body was slowly turning illusory. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked up at Li Qiuheng. Again. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Hiss! A ray of sword light shot into the sky from below. A strand of monstrous sword energy shook the heavens and the earth. And it was so powerful that all the experts in the surroundings were visibly moved. Li Qiuheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly clenched his right fist. At the instant he clenched his fist, the space around his fist suddenly transformed into a spatial vortex. In the next moment, he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Bang! The spatial vortex suddenly swept down, and the entire sky actually warped at this moment. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword arrived before him. Bang! The spectators watched as Yi Xian's sword slashed against the spatial vortex. The entire heavens and the earth trembled violently, and then the spatial vortex exploded apart and transformed into nothingness. The sword continued forward and slashed straight at Li Qiuheng. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Li Qiuheng's eyes. He flicked his sleeve, took a step forward, squatted down, clenched his right fist, and then smashed it down. Obliterate! A strand of obliterating energy swept down, and everywhere it passed, space was obliterated. Bang! Yi Xian and his sword were blasted back to where they stood earlier, and the space before him and Li Qiuheng had become pitch black. At the same time, a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. In the sky, Li Qiuheng looked down at Yi Xian and said, "It's over." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and then his figure plunged down. This charge seemed as if he intended to smash this expanse of the heavens and the earth into pieces. It was an extremely shocking sight. Yi Xian's eyes slowly closed while his right hand clenched tightly onto his sword. At this moment, he felt like he wasn't himself anymore. Strength. He felt like his body possessed boundless strength. He'd never felt so strong in his life. Of course, he knew that he'd obtained all of this at the cost of his life. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it, and suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he transformed into a fiery red ray of light that shot into the sky. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone, Yi Xian slashed Li Qiuheng back with a single strike of his sword, and the latter directly retreated 3 kilometers away. The eyes of the heavenly exalt in the sky instantly narrowed when he saw this scene. Yi Xian's strength was unusually strong. The other experts had extremely solemn expressions as well. Yi Xian's current strength wasn't inferior to a consolidation realm expert in the slightest. Even though Yi Xian had paid the price with his life, it was still too terrifying. In the sky, Li Qiuheng glanced at his chest. There was a sword mark there, and it was extremely deep to the point his bones could be seen. Li Qiuheng's expression was extremely unsightly. He'd never imagined that he'd actually been injured by Yi Xian twice in succession. An extraordinary humiliation. Li Qiuheng looked down at Yi Xian. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. OM! A sword howl shook the heavens and the earth as a ray of light shot into the sky from below and slashed straight at Li Qiuheng. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings instantly changed when they saw this attack. This attack was even stronger than the previous one. Each attack was stronger than the previous one. Li Qiuheng didn't dare act carelessly in the sky. He pressed his palms together, and then he flipped his palms outwards when the attack arrived in front of him, before swiftly pressing them forward. Bang! A powerful force swept out like a volcanic eruption from his palms. As soon as this force appeared, the entire sky instantly became illusory. Bang! Yi Xian's attack had been forcefully blocked. However, Li Qiuheng's countenance instantly turned ghastly pale. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and then he spun forward with his sword in hand. Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded. Li Qiuheng's pupils constricted, and then he swiftly moved his arms forward to block Yi Xian's attack. Bang! As soon as Yi Xian's sword descended, Li Qiuheng was instantly pushed over 10 kilometers back. At the same time, one of his arms had been slashed into pieces by Yi Xian. The heavenly exalt stared fixedly at Yi Xian from afar. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she'd overlooked Yi Xian until now. Even though she felt that Yi Xian was an extraordinary genius, Yi Xian hadn't been able to pose any threat to her at all. But at this moment, she suddenly realized that her thoughts were wrong. If Yi Xian were to mature, then he would be extraordinarily terrifying. The experts from Whirling World had extremely solemn expressions on their faces as well, because Yi Xian's combat strength had far exceeded their expectations. It could be said that, not to mention the 5th dimension, even if Yi Xian was in Whirling World, he would definitely be the #1 expert in the younger generation. Yi Xian must die. At this moment, both the Dark Abyss and Whirling World had unanimously come to a common understanding. The best way to deal with a genius was to strangle him. At this moment, Yi Xian once again rushed towards Li Qiuheng from afar. Wherever the sword light passed, it tore through everything. In the distance, Li Qiuheng's pupils suddenly shrank as he hurriedly said, "Attack!" At this moment, He no longer dared to fight against Yi Xian by himself. As soon as his voice fell, two Consolidation Realm experts from the Xuanhuan sect suddenly appeared in front of him. But Yi Xian didn't choose to retreat. He slashed out with his sword. The two experts suddenly disappeared from where they stood. Rumble! Rumble! The sky trembled violently. Under the joint attack of the two Consolidation Realm powerhouses, Yi Xian was forced to retreat repeatedly. However, he did not retreat for long before he suddenly stopped and slashed forward. Chi! A blood-red sword light pierced through the air. Boom! This sword strike directly forced the two Consolidation Realm experts to retreat. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the Heavenly Exalt and the others not far away became even more unsightly. Yi Xian's strength was constantly growing, stronger and stronger. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of one of the Consolidation Realm experts. Just like before, he slashed down with his sword again. The Consolidation Realm expert didn't dare to be careless, and was about to attack with all his might when a sudden change occurred. A black and white Tai Chi circle suddenly appeared above his head, and in an instant, his realm was directly suppressed to the Dao Attainment realm. At the same time, Yi Xian's four domains directly enveloped the old man. This sudden turn of events caused the old man's expression to change drastically. He was just about to retreat, but it was too late. Yi Xian's sword fell. Chi! Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian's sword slashed straight down from the old man's head. Chi! The sword slashed to the end, and the old man's body was split into two. His soul was directly destroyed. The surroundings suddenly fell silent when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian had killed a Consolidation Realm expert. After all, Yi Xian was only at the Dao Attainment realm at this moment. Killing an enemy 2 levels above him? Not far away, the experts of the whirling world looked at Yi Xian, as if they were looking at a monster. At this moment Hu Bugui, who was next to the Celestial Venerable, suddenly said, "This person is too monstrous. Kill him." The Celestial Venerable nodded. "Kill him." As soon as her voice fell, a dozen Consolidation Realm experts suddenly rushed out in unison, heading straight for Yi Xian. Seeing the dozen Consolidation Realm experts rushing over, Yi Xian turned his head and glanced. He saw in Lanxiu, Nian Nian, Zhang Wenxiu, Lian Wanli, Xiao Dao and Qian Mo. The only regret was that he didn't see Yi Ling. But it was good that Yi Ling wasn't here, so he could live on. As long as he could live on, that was good. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. "Linger, I can't go find you. Don't blame me. You must live well." At this point he suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the Consolidation Realm experts rushing towards him and laughed. "Come on." As his voice fell, he began to completely release all his power. Self-destruct. Not far away, Li Qiuheng said somewhat crazily, "Kill him. Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, the experts behind him also rushed out one after another. And at this moment, a beast-like roar came from nowhere. "Who dares to touch him? Who dares? Aha!" The starry sky trembled. P.S. Vote for me. Chapter 1431. Everyone was stunned when they heard this voice. Who is it? Yi Xian listened to it as well, and he looked towards the depths of the starry sky. The voice was slightly familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was. The Heavenly Venerable's eyes narrowed. "It's here. The force behind Yi Xian has finally appeared." Hu Bugui raised his head and frowned. "I don't sense her aura." The nearby Shao clan's Shao Pingxing said in a low voice. "The person hasn't arrived, but his voice arrived first." Hu Bugui said softly. "Looks like it's not easy to deal with her." Shao Pingxing spoke indifferently. "It's good to increase the difficulty. Otherwise it would be too boring." Hu Bugui smiled. Indeed, they were curious about the force behind Yi Xian, but they weren't afraid at all. What a joke. A few dozen Consolidation Realm experts were gathered here. Did they need to be afraid? Suddenly Li Qiuheng spoke fiercely. "No matter who she is, kill Yi Xian first." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was an arrow at the end of its flight, and it was the best time to kill him. In next to no time, Li Qiuheng arrived in front of Yi Xian, and then he smashed his fist towards Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was powerless to resist because he'd overdrawn all his strength. He could only watch as the fist smashed towards him. Right at this moment, the executing heaven sword in his hand suddenly trembled violently, and numerous sword howls shook the heavens and the earth. At the same time, the space in front of Yi Xian was suddenly torn apart, and then a woman walked out from within it. The woman wore a white robe, and had a wine gourd hanging from her waist. Along with the appearance of this woman, the gazes of everyone present descended onto her. Who is she? Yi Xian grinned when he saw her. Qing. She was Qing as well, but she wasn't a woman in a plain dress. Meanwhile, Li Qiuheng had arrived behind her. Li Qiuheng stared at the woman who had just appeared and said fiercely, "You can go and die too." As soon as he finished speaking, his left hand suddenly blasted a punch towards the woman. However, in the next moment he was stunned. It wasn't just Li Qiuheng who was stunned, everyone else was stunned as well, because a hand that was pure white like jade had suddenly grabbed onto Li Qiuheng's throat. This hand belonged to the white-robed woman. No one saw how the white-robed woman attacked. Even Li Qiuheng was dumbfounded at this moment. How did he get caught? The white-robed woman looked at Li Qiuheng. She lifted Li Qiuheng up like a little chick, her eyes bloodshot. "What kind of trash are you?" At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. At this moment, the expressions of the powerhouses from the whirling world turned solemn. A consolidation realm expert was actually powerless in front of this woman? The one who felt the most despair was still Li Qiuheng. He wanted to resist, but at this moment, all his strength seemed to have disappeared. He couldn't resist at all. At this moment, the white-robed woman exerted some force with her right hand. Kacha! A clear and melodious sound of bones breaking resounded in the field. Immediately after, under everyone's gaze, she directly plucked off Li Qiuheng's head. In the next moment, she held Li Qiuheng's head and threw it to the right. Boom! In the distance, a consolidation realm powerhouse was directly smashed by the head before he could react. Instant kill. Instantly killing two consolidation realm powerhouses. At this moment, the expressions of the Sky Sovereign and the others finally changed. At this moment, they seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter. Killing a consolidation realm powerhouse was like killing a chicken. The white-robed woman didn't attack again. Instead, she turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. "I'm going to die." At this moment he felt extremely weak. Especially his soul, it was terrifyingly weak. The power of his bloodline was fine, because he realized that although he had burned the power of his bloodline, it was useless. Even he couldn't extinguish his own blood. He had to admit that this made him feel a little ridiculous. If he couldn't do anything to his own blood, what the hell was this? The white-robed woman looked at Yi Xian, and tears suddenly flowed from her eyes. "With me here, how can you die?" As she spoke, she gently placed her right hand on Yi Xian's shoulder. In the next moment, a powerful force directly enveloped Yi Xian. At the same time, with a wave of her right hand, the soul-suppressing sword appeared in her hand. She glanced at the soul-suppressing sword, then suddenly stabbed it into Yi Xian's chest. Boom! Suppressing the soul with the sword. Yi Xian's soul, which was about to dissipate, was forcibly suppressed by her power and the soul-suppressing sword. The white-robed woman looked at Yi Xian. "You need to nourish yourself." After saying that, she turned to look at the Sky Sovereign and the others and said fiercely, "My brother's soul is weak. Why don't you all die?" As soon as her voice fell, she suddenly punched out. 100 feet away, a consolidation realm powerhouse died on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone present was petrified. At this moment, the seriousness in the eyes of the Sky Sovereign and the others had turned into fear. With just one punch, the consolidation realm powerhouse died instantly. That was a consolidation realm powerhouse. The strongest powerhouse in the world. Not only the Sky Sovereign and the others, but Suja and the others who were hiding in the dark were also stunned. Suja gulped. He looked at Yi Xian below, and said with a trembling voice, "This young master, yes sister. What kind of deities are they?" On the other side, the Lord and the others were silent. Especially Luo Ho and Aku Wang. At this moment, Both of them were sweating profusely. Back then, they had wanted to kill Yi Xian and obtain the Tao scripture. If they really killed Yi Xian, the two of them did not dare to think about the consequences. Yin Yaoyao looked at the weak Yi Xian in the distance and said softly, "We still underestimated him." It was not just her. Everyone had underestimated the people behind Yi Xian. In the distance, after the white-robed woman killed the Consolidation Realm powerhouse with a punch, she waved her right hand, and the Consolidation Realm powerhouse's soul was directly caught in her hand. Then she turned around and placed the soul in front of Yi Xian. "Absorb, Yi Xian." At this moment, the Sky Sovereign suddenly said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, what happened between us and young Master Yi was a misunderstanding." The white-robed woman suddenly turned around, and in the next moment, she suddenly appeared in front of the Sky Sovereign. The Sky Sovereign's pupils suddenly shrank. Before he could react, the white-robed woman punched him in the face. Boom! The Sky Sovereign's head exploded like a watermelon. The white-robed woman grabbed the Sky Sovereign's soul, her face expressionless. "This is also a misunderstanding." The Sky Sovereign's soul stared at the white-robed woman. "Who the hell are you?" The white-robed woman did not answer the Sky Sovereign. She sent the Sky Sovereign's soul in front of Yi Xian. "Absorb, Yi Xian." The Sky Sovereign suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. "Ridiculous. I'm really ridiculous." All this time, her goal had been to deal with the people behind Yi Xian. But at this moment, she realized how ridiculous her idea was. The person in front of her was definitely far beyond the Consolidation Realm, and had even reached a realm that even she did not know. The reason why the people behind Yi Xian were not in this universe was because they were too strong, and this world was too weak. They did not want to play in this world. This was great. She and the others had joined forces to force them back. What was courting death? She was courting death. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the horizon. "Your Excellency, do you really have to be so ruthless?" Hearing this, the Sky Sovereign suddenly looked up. There were two old men standing in the sky. One wore a white robe, and the other wore a black robe. The Dark Abyss Yin-Yang God. Seeing these two, the Sky Sovereign, who had originally given up resisting, suddenly opened her eyes. At this moment she saw hope. Yin-Yang God. These two had reached the peak of the Consolidation Realm tens of thousands of years ago. As for now, their strength was unfathomable, and even she did not know how strong they were. At this moment, the white-robed woman looked up at the Yin-Yang God, and among them, the white-robed old man looked at the white-robed woman. "Don't go too far." The white-robed woman's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Go too far? I'll show you what it means to go too far." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the sky, the Yin-Yang God's expressions changed drastically, and the white-robed old man who led them directly smashed his fist down. This fist smashed down, and the entire starry sky trembled as if it was about to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the white-robed woman suddenly punched out. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the white-robed old man's power suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, the white-robed old man was directly sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, his physical body directly exploded, and only his soul remained. At the same time, the white-robed woman punched out again, but this time, her target was the black-robed old man on the other side. The black-robed old man didn't even have the chance to react before his body exploded into pieces. It was an instant kill. Everyone here was petrified when they witnessed this scene. As for the heavenly exalt, he felt despair. He truly felt despair. The Yin-Yang God actually didn't even have the ability to fight back before her. How strong is she? The white-robed woman directly brought the Yin-Yang God's souls over to Yi Xian. And then she gazed at Yi Xian and spoke gently. "Quickly absorb them. Replenish them." Yi Xian was speechless. When she saw Yi Xian stunned, the white-robed woman spoke gently. "Don't just stand there. Quickly absorb them." The expressions of everyone here became extremely strange when they witnessed this scene. This woman was as bad-tempered as a volcano in front of others, but she was as gentle as water in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he gazed at the heavenly exalt's soul. The heavenly exalt stared fixedly at Yi Xian with slight resentment. Yi Xian, why didn't you tell me earlier that the person behind you is so heaven-defying? Yi Xian gazed at the heavenly exalt and said, would you believe me if I told you that I'm the son of the ninth dimension? The heavenly exalt turned to gaze at the white-robed woman, but she remained expressionless. What's the point of being the son of the ninth dimension? Big brother, if you want, then I can destroy the ninth dimension and make you the master of it. Yi Xian was speechless. The heavenly exalt was speechless. Suddenly, a formidable aura suddenly assaulted them from afar, and it was so strong that it caused the entire starry sky to tremble. Everyone here raised their heads and looked towards the depths of the starry sky when they witnessed this scene. The white-robed woman's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a rare trace of seriousness in them. Meanwhile, the heavenly exalt suddenly gazed towards the depths of the starry sky and spoke in a trembling voice. It's definitely an expert of my dark abyss. Could it be the Abyss Master? The Abyss Master? Hope arose in the eyes of the Yin and Yang gods when they heard the heavenly exalt. The Abyss Master. That was a true powerhouse above the consolidation realm. Moreover, that was an expert that had surpassed the consolidation realm over 100,000 years ago. On the other side, the experts of the peaceful whirling world were quite excited as well. A top-rate expert of the dark abyss has arrived. There's hope. Didn't they notice that the invincible white-robed woman's expression had become slightly solemn? The aura in the starry sky was growing stronger and stronger, and it was so strong that it wasn't inferior to the white-robed woman at all. Right at this moment, the starry sky was suddenly torn apart, and then a woman walked out from within it. She held a sword in her hand. After she walked out, she glanced at the crowd below and said, who bullied the members of the Yang clan? Everyone was speechless. Chapter 1432. Who's bullying the members of the Yang clan? Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they heard this. Yi Xian was stunned as well. Who's here? On the other hand, the heavenly exalt and the others were stunned as well, because there were quite a few people here, and it was the master of the dark abyss. After all, the master of the dark abyss was a man. Suddenly, the heavenly exalt's pupils constricted. You're Situ Tingyun. Situ Tingyun. The expressions of the Yin and Yang gods changed drastically when they heard the heavenly exalt. Situ Tingyun. This name was simply like a nightmare to Anne's abyss. It was exactly that woman who'd fought her way into Anne's abyss all those years ago, and she'd practically destroyed it. If she hadn't suddenly left, then Anne's abyss would have been gone by now. She's here. The heavenly exalt felt utter despair. She'd vanished for countless years, yet she'd returned to this universe for Yi Xian's sake. At this moment, she suddenly realized how naive her intentions to annihilate the people standing behind Yi Xian were. Any random person standing behind Yi Xian wasn't someone they could deal with. On the other side, the experts from the whirling world were dumbfounded. That woman isn't from Anne's abyss, but from Yi Xian's side? We're finished. At this moment, the experts from whirling world felt despair as well. Just the white-robed woman was enough to make them feel despair. Now, a swordsman who wasn't inferior to the white-robed woman had joined the fray. Situ Tingyun's gaze suddenly descended onto Yi Xian. It's you. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, are you Senior Situ Tingyun? Situ Tingyun smiled. You should call me Senior Sister. Senior Sister. Yi Xian was speechless. Situ Tingyun walked over to Yi Xian, sized up Yi Xian, and then shook her head. He's on the weak side. Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. Situ Tingyun suddenly gazed at the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman had a calm expression on her face. Situ Tingyun smiled. I've heard of you. The white-robed woman glanced at Situ Tingyun. He's indeed the person with the greatest natural talent in the Sword Dao after him. No, your talent in the Sword Dao is above his. Situ Tingyun. Actually, the white-robed woman was not exaggerating. After all, Situ Tingyun had relied on the green-clothed man's 3 strands of sword intent to attain her current accomplishments. It could be said that besides the green-clothed man, Situtingyun's accomplishments in the sword sect were the highest. Situtingyun smiled and said, "Shall we get down to business first?" White Robe nodded and looked at Yi Xian. "Absorb it quickly." Yi Xian did not hesitate. He absorbed the souls of the celestial venerate and the yin-yang gods. After absorbing the souls of the three, his soul recovered at a ridiculous rate. While Yi Xian was digesting those formidable souls, the white-robed woman suddenly turned around to gaze at the members of the whirling world. Meanwhile, an old man walked forward. The old man bowed slightly to the white-robed woman. "I am Xiao Pingxing from the Xiao clan. Greetings, senior." The white-robed woman suddenly punched out. Boom! Xiao Pingxing died instantly. His soul was annihilated. Everyone was speechless. At this moment, the remaining experts of the whirling world were shocked to the extreme. It was an instant kill. It wouldn't be so terrifying if it was just a victory. But it was an instant kill. A peak consolidation realm expert didn't even have the ability to fight back. At this moment, Hu Bugui from the Dao returning courtyard suddenly said, "Retreat." With that he turned around and fled. They could only flee. They had no chance against the white-robed god of death. The white-robed woman glanced at Hu Bugui. "Did I allow you to flee?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly punched out. Boom! In the distance, Hu Bugui's expression changed drastically. He suddenly turned around and punched out. He knew he couldn't beat her, but he had to fight. If he didn't fight, he would definitely die. If he fought, he might have a chance to live. Boom! As soon as Hu Bugui punched out, a powerful force swept out from his fist like a tide. However, in the next moment, this powerful force vanished without a trace. At the same time, his entire body was forcefully wiped out by a powerful force. It was directly wiped out. The white-robed woman didn't stop. She suddenly pointed with her finger, and the executing heaven sword flew out. The next moment, a ray of sword light pierced through the air and traveled tens of thousands of miles. Chi! The sword traveled tens of thousands of miles. In the sky, bloody heads kept falling. Seeing this scene, Su Zhe and the others who were hiding in the dark looked extremely fearful. One should know that the Whirling Sect and the Dark Abyss had dozens of Consolidation Realm experts, and more than 100 Dao Attainment Realm experts. However, these people were like vegetables being chopped up. They didn't even have the ability to fight back. That sword directly killed dozens of Dao Attainment Realm and Consolidation Realm experts. This strength, Su Zhe wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He once again looked at Yi Xian, who was still absorbing souls not far away. This young Master Ye's sister. I don't know how many sisters he has. It's too scary. On the other side, the Lord and the others were silent. They had to admit that they had been dealt a heavy blow. What was a strong expert? This was a strong expert. As for themselves, they were as weak as chickens in front of such a strong expert. On the other side, Xian Chu was also watching this scene. In front of her stood a woman. It was Yuzun, who had come into contact with Yi Xian before. At this moment, Yuzun's expression was extremely grave. Before she came, she had specially investigated Yi Xian. Of course, she mainly wanted to investigate the white-robed woman. However, she didn't expect that the white-robed woman would appear instead of the white-robed woman. She also didn't expect that the white-robed woman would be so powerful. She definitely far surpassed Consolidation Realm experts. This time, the Dark Abyss and the Whirling World had kicked an iron plate. Behind Yuzun, the great elder of the Whirling Sect suddenly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, we listened to Xian Chu and didn't join forces with the Dark Abyss and the others. At this moment, he was indeed afraid. If they had joined forces with the Dark Abyss and the other forces, it would have brought disaster to the Whirling Sect. Although the Whirling Sect had a deep foundation, they couldn't withstand the revenge of such a strong expert. Moreover, most importantly, there was more than one such expert. Who knew how many more there were? Xian Chu looked at Yi Xian in the distance and didn't say anything. In the distance, after the white-robed woman had killed those strong ones, she collected all of their souls and then sent them to Yi Xian. Absorb. Yi Xian's soul could be said to be extremely weak. The best way to nourish a soul was to use it to nourish it. At this moment, the souls of these experts were simply great nourishment for the current Yi Xian. After Yi Xian devoured the souls of the Sky Sovereign and the Yin-Yang gods, his soul aura suddenly skyrocketed. The white-robed woman suddenly turned to look at Suja, who was not far away. Seeing this, Suja hurriedly said, "Greetings, senior. We are young Master Ye's friends." The white-robed woman looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian nodded. "Senior Suja and the others have helped me a lot." The white-robed woman nodded slightly and looked at Suja. "Thank you." Hearing this, Suja trembled. He was slightly flattered by this senior's thanks. But fortunately, this senior seemed to be reasonable. As for the white-robed woman, she was really a little unreasonable. The white-robed woman looked at Yuzun and the others. Seeing this, the great elder hurriedly said, "Sir, we are also good friends with young Master Yi." The white-robed woman retracted her gaze and looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was madly absorbing the souls of those experts. It was really great nourishment, especially since he had the soul-suppressing sword. There wasn't much difference between him and the soul-suppressing sword. The white-robed woman just looked at Yi Xian, her eyes filled with gentleness. Actually, she didn't care about anything back then, because there was nothing left for her to care about. During the battle between the white-robed woman and the green-robed man, she didn't choose to help the green-robed man not because she was afraid of the white-robed woman, but because she actually hoped that the white-robed woman could defy the heavens and change her fate. Among the four of them, the one they owed the most was her brother. No matter if it was her or the white-robed woman, they would never be able to forget that little boy that had starved to death in the cave. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't continue absorbing those souls, because his soul had returned to normal, and it was better for the soul-suppressing sword to absorb the remaining souls. Yi Xian looked at the white-robed woman. "Qing." The white-robed woman nodded. She walked over to Yi Xian, and then she took Yi Xian's hand and said softly, "I'm sorry I'm late." Yi Xian laughed bitterly. "I thought I was dead for sure." The white-robed woman gazed at Yi Xian. "You won't die with me here." Yi Xian said softly, "Qing, you and Qing, both of you are so strong. Do you know where she is now?" The white-robed woman raised her head and looked towards the depths of the starry sky. After a short moment, she shook her head. "She's very, very far away from us." Yi Xian asked, "Is it because of my misfortune seed?" The white-robed woman nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian furrowed his brows. "What is it?" The white-robed woman fell silent for a moment. "It's a very complicated thing. I don't know if this misfortune seed was forced upon you by others, or if it was your own doing. I've been investigating this matter, and I've just made some progress. Then, someone informed me that you're in danger." Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "Who informed you?" The white-robed woman fell silent. Yi Xian was about to ask more questions, but the white-robed woman shook her head. "One day, you'll understand everything." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I won't ask any more." The white-robed woman turned to look at Suja. "Where is the dark abyss?" Hearing this, Suja was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed. Suja hurriedly said, "Senior, I'm willing to lead the way." The white-robed woman nodded. "Lead the way." As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian. "Let's go settle the score." Yi Xian was speechless. Sijitingyan suddenly asked, "Do you need my help?" The white-robed woman pulled Yi Xian's hand and walked away without looking back. "Do you think it's necessary?" P.S. One of our readers has a son today. Congratulations. I'll be giving everyone a red packet today. Remember to collect it. Unknowingly, many of our readers have already started their own families. I suddenly realized that we're all getting older. Chapter 1433. Along with the departure of Yi Xian and the white-robed woman, the fifth dimension suddenly fell silent. "Venerable," you said softly, "a calamity has descended upon Dark Abyss." Xianchu said softly, "I'm afraid it isn't just Dark Abyss." The corners of Venerable Yu's mouth curled up. "Yes. However, it's great news for us." The Grand Elder suddenly said, "Venerable Yu, If Yi Xian wants the last scripture of our swaying sect, then we— Venerable Yu glanced at the Grand Elder. Wait for him. Shouldn't we be the ones to give it to him? The Grand Elder was speechless. On the other side, the Lord suddenly smiled. What do you think? Behind him, Rahu and the others were silent. What do they think? That woman is already invincible. How do they think? Qi Yaoyao suddenly smiled. Shouldn't we rejoice? The Lord smiled. Indeed. As he spoke, he looked towards the distance and said softly, I finally know why Ancestor Doubting chose him. With such an expert behind him, wouldn't it be extremely easy for him to rebuild order? Rahu suddenly said, Can Dark Abyss stop that senior? The Lord replied softly, I don't think so. However, Ancestor Dark Abyss isn't a simple figure. How could someone who could create the Dark Abyss be ordinary? Moreover, the Dark Abyss has existed for so long, and its foundation is far beyond our imagination. Qi Yaoyao smiled. That's not something we should worry about. The Lord grinned. Indeed. As if he'd thought of something, he suddenly looked towards Sita Tingyan. We almost forgot about this senior. A woman walked over to Sita Tingyan. It was Senior Sister Lu. Senior Sister Lu smiled and said, Tingyun. Sita Tingyan grinned. Senior Sister Lu. Senior Sister Lu hesitated for a moment before she said, Do you know anything about him? Sita Tingyan shook her head. I don't. Senior Sister Lu fell silent. Sita Tingyan suddenly turned to look at Nian Nian. Nian Nian hurriedly lowered her head when she saw Sita Tingyan looking over. Sita Tingyan walked over to Nian Nian and smiled. What's your name? Nian Nian said softly, Nian Nian. Sita Tingyan turned around to gaze at Senior Sister Lu. Senior Sister Lu hesitated for a moment before she said, She's a fifth dimension Tendo. Tendo. Sita Tingyan smiled. Interesting. There's actually such an expert in this universe. Senior Sister Lu looked at Sita Tingyan. Tingyan, can you help her recover her memories? Sita Tingyan shook her head. Senior Sister Lu frowned slightly. Not either. Sita Tingyan smiled and said, She might have intentionally lost her memories. I believe that she will recover her memories when it's necessary. Was it intentional? Senior Sister Lu looked at Nian Nian in silence. Soon, her expression became complicated. What kind of person was the fifth dimension Tendo? That was a person whose strength and intelligence were close to that of a demon. How could such a person lose his memory? Could she be plotting something again? At that moment, Sita Tingyan suddenly turned her head. A powerful aura was rapidly approaching the fifth dimension's starry space from the whirling world to the fifth dimension. Another expert from the whirling world had arrived. Everyone was looking at the teleportation formation. It didn't take long for an old man to walk out from within it. He glanced at the surroundings and spoke in a low voice. Where are they? No one answered him. The old man suddenly gazed at Yuzun's group. Yuzun, where are they? Yuzun smiled. So it's the Supreme Elder of the Blackout sect. The old man gazed at Yuzun. What exactly happened here? Yuzun hesitated for a moment before he said, I want to tell you what happened as well, but I think that you might not believe me. The old man stared fixedly at Yuzun. Something has happened to them. Yuzun nodded. Yes. The old man's face turned gloomy. Impossible. He seemed to have thought of something, and he glanced coldly at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze descended onto Sita Tingyan. Who is it? Sita Tingyan smiled. I can be considered to be Yi Xian's senior sister. Yi Xian. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly while he slowly clenched his right fist, but he didn't dare attack, because the woman before him gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. In his opinion, this was extremely absurd because he'd already attained the peak of the consolidation realm, and there weren't many in this world that could pose a threat to him. But at this moment, he really did sense danger. The old man thought for a moment before he relaxed his right hand. He felt that it was better to be cautious and keep a low profile. He looked at Sita Tingyan. Where are the members of my Blackout sect? Sita Tingyan smiled. They're dead. The old man's expression instantly turned cold. They're dead? My Blackout sect has 8 consolidation realm experts, and a few dozen at the Tao attainment realm. You're saying that they're dead? Sita Tingyan nodded. They're indeed dead. The old man laughed from extreme rage. Dead? Don't tell me that they were killed. Sitatingyan shook her head. That's not it. The old man pointed angrily at Sitatingyan. What a huge joke. 8 Consolidation Realm experts, and a few dozen Consolidation Realm experts in total. Yet you're saying that they were killed. Sitatingyan suddenly interrupted the old man. Is the Consolidation Realm very strong? The old man was stunned. Sitatingyan hesitated for a moment before she said, I don't mean to offend you, but I feel that it's enough to kill a Consolidation Realm expert with hands, right? Everyone. On the other side, Yuzun's expression was very unnatural. The High Lord shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's too much of a blow. In front of Sitatingyan, the old man suddenly pointed at himself and smiled. I'm a Consolidation Realm expert. You have hands and 2 hands at that. Why don't you try killing me? Sitatingyan blinked. That's what I said. The old man smiled. That's what I said. At this point, the old man's pupils suddenly constricted because he saw a sword, a very, very ordinary sword. The sword was slightly blurry at first, but it quickly became clear. However, when he saw the sword clearly, it had already pierced his throat. A sword pierced through his throat. The old man looked at Sitatingyan in disbelief. This, Sitatingyan shrugged. I was the one who killed him. The old man was at a loss. Why? Why can't I even take a single sword strike? Sitatingyan blinked. You might be a little weak. The old man suddenly roared. I'm at the peak of the Consolidation Realm. I'm at the peak of the Consolidation Realm. Sitatingyan hesitated for a moment before she said, I was wrong. It's not that you're weak, but that you're very weak at the Consolidation Realm. The old man. On the other side, Lord Yu shook his head. This woman's words are so infuriating. I can't take it anymore. With that, she turned around and left. Xian Chu. The High Lord shook his head and smiled bitterly. This senior is speaking. Farewell, farewell. With that, he turned around and left. Luo Ho and the others. In the distance, the old man in front of Sitatingyan was at a loss. At the instant Sitatingyan attacked, he knew that he'd encountered a true expert. She was too strong, and he was too weak. In some places, Consolidation Realm experts were at the top of the pyramid, but in other places they were like cabbages. Different environments had different values. At this moment, Sitatingyan suddenly looked at Senior Sister Lu. Senior Sister Lu, let's catch up. Senior Sister Lu nodded. All right. The 2 women left. The starry sky returned to peace once more. Somewhere in the starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword, and the white-robed woman was by his side. Suja wasn't too far away from them. At this moment, Suja was extremely excited. How many years had the ancient god Abyss and the dark Abyss been fighting for? Countless years. However, both sides hadn't come to a conclusion. But now, the situation was about to change. Yi Xian suddenly looked at the white-robed woman. Qing, do you know the origin of my bloodline? The white-robed woman nodded. I do. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Who am I? The white-robed woman hesitated for a moment, and then she said, I know who your father is, but I don't know your mother. However, I do know that your mother isn't ordinary. Duge Xian. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. My mother is Duge Xian, but she said she was going to look for someone, and we haven't heard from her since. The white-robed woman said, She's very complicated, and I don't know the specifics. However, I do know that she isn't an ordinary person. Yi Xian fell silent. The white-robed woman continued. Don't think too much about it. What you have to do is live well. Yi Xian spoke softly. I want to become as strong as you. The white-robed woman said. Time. As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian. That Qing I know has lived for over 200,000 years. If she lived for that long, she would be as strong as you. Over 200,000 years. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Qing, are you originally from the 3-dimensional universe? The white-robed woman nodded. Yes. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why are all the people from the 3-dimensional universe so terrifying? The white-robed woman fell silent for a moment, then said, In the entire 3-dimensional universe, There are only a few special ones. Yi Xian asked again. Qing, you've been to very far places. Do you know how big this universe is? The white-robed woman shook her head. There's no end. Yi Xian asked, infinite. The white-robed woman nodded. Something like that. As she said this, she seemed to have thought of something and said, there's a place that we have to be careful of. Yi Xian asked, what place? The white-robed woman was about to speak when Suja suddenly said, Senior, we've arrived. We've arrived. Yi Xian looked up and saw a huge abyss not far away. That abyss was like a pitch-black black hole in the starry sky, deep and mysterious. The dark abyss. Suja said solemnly, Senior, this is the dark abyss. There's a powerful enchantment around it. At this moment, the white-robed woman threw a punch. Boom. The huge abyss trembled violently. Immediately after, the boundary around the abyss vanished into thin air. The white-robed woman looked at the abyss, her face expressionless. Are you going to commit suicide, or should I kill you? Suja was speechless. Chapter 1434. Domineering. Too domineering. Suja looked at the white-robed woman. Why was Yi Xian's sister so domineering? Right at this moment, the enormous abyss suddenly trembled. In the next moment, an old man walked out from within it. Suja quickly said, Senior, this is an elder of an yuan. His strength is at the peak of the consolidation realm. The white-robed woman nodded. You don't need to introduce me to someone who is about to die. Suja was speechless. In the distance, the old man bowed slightly to the white-robed woman. Senior, I in Yuan was in the wrong this time. I in Yuan am willing to return the 2 scriptures and apologize to young Master Yi. He admitted defeat. Obviously, and Yuan already knew about what happened in the 5th dimension. The white-robed woman's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Apologize? As she said that, she punched out. Boom. Before the old man could react, he was directly smashed into pieces by the white-robed woman's punch. The white-robed woman said, Brother, apologize to him. Yi Xian was speechless. Suja had a strange expression on his face. At this time, another old man came out from the abyss. This old man held a black cane in his hand and looked at the white-robed woman. Your Excellency, do you really want to be so ruthless? The white-robed woman was expressionless. When you went against my brother, did you think of holding back? The old man said in a low voice. Your Excellency, we already know our mistakes. The white-robed woman's expression became ferocious. Mistakes? Since you know your mistakes, why don't you die? Suja blinked and sweated. This senior is too scary. In the distance, the old man stared at the white-robed woman. Your Excellency, I in Yuan am not easy to bully. The white-robed woman laughed. I will bully you right now. As she said that, she punched out. Boom. The huge abyss in the distance began to shatter. Seeing this scene, the old man's expression changed. The white-robed woman wanted to destroy the entire dark abyss. The old man quickly said, Sacrificial array. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark abyss suddenly trembled violently, and then numerous black blades flew out from within it. Moreover, figures could be seen within these blades. Yi Xian's expression turned solemn when he saw this. These giant blades contained extremely powerful energy that could easily tear space apart. At this time, the white-robed woman punched out. Boom. Those huge blades were instantly transformed into nothingness. At the same time, the entire dark abyss started to shatter. In next to no time, numerous shrill cries resounded from within the dark abyss, and then countless people fled from within it. The old man's countenance instantly turned pale when he witnessed this scene. At this moment, he was truly on the verge of despair. What kind of person was he? Why was he so ridiculously powerful? The white-robed woman was about to attack again. But at this moment, a middle-aged man, who was wearing a white robe, suddenly appeared. The man suddenly appeared in front of the white-robed woman. Suja's expression instantly became solemn when he saw this person, and he hurriedly said, Senior, this person is the current master of the dark abyss, and his name is Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan looked at the white-robed woman. Are you from Xian City? The white-robed woman's face was expressionless. Without answering, she directly punched out. In the distance, Mo Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank. In the next moment, he suddenly rushed forward and also punched out. The moment he punched out, the space around him directly distorted into a strange shape. At the same time, the surrounding starry sky even cracked inch by inch. Compared to the white-robed woman's simple punch, the momentum of Mo Yuan's punch could be said to be earth-shattering. But soon, the power of Mo Yuan's punch began to dissipate inch by inch, like snow meeting boiling oil. Seeing this scene, Mo Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank. How? How is this possible? As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body disappeared without a trace. Killed with a single punch. In the distance, Suju's expression became extremely solemn. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, and he was extremely shocked. He knew that he had seriously underestimated the strength of this senior. That was Mo Yuan. The current master of the Dark Abyss had been killed by a punch from the white-robed woman. Yi Xian was also a little shocked. Just how strong was this Qing? The white-robed woman didn't stop. She looked at the shattered Dark Abyss and blasted out another punch. A fist seal swept out. If this punch entered the Dark Abyss, the entire Dark Abyss would be turned into nothingness in an instant. One punch to destroy a world. However, just as the punch was about to enter the Dark Abyss, a finger seal suddenly flashed out from the Dark Abyss. Boom! The white-robed woman's fist seal was directly blocked, but in the next moment, the finger seal directly shattered. The fist seal went straight into the Dark Abyss, but there was no movement. Not far away, Suju's expression became solemn. He knew that the true expert of the Dark Abyss had appeared. Could it be the second elder of the Dark Abyss? The white-robed woman looked at the Dark Abyss with a calm expression. At this moment, an old man walked out of the Dark Abyss. The old man's back was a little heavy and his hair was white. He looked particularly weak. Suju frowned, because he didn't know the old man at all. The hunchbacked old man gazed at the white-robed woman, and a trace of a complicated expression flashed through his eyes. I never expected that the Dark Abyss would suffer such a calamity today. The white-robed woman clenched her right fist slowly. Meanwhile, the hunchbacked old man suddenly said, "Senior, I and Yuan am willing to submit to young Master Yi. I wonder if Senior can spare my life?" The white-robed woman turned to look at Yi Xian. Meanwhile, the hunchbacked old man hurriedly added, "Young Master Yi, if you're willing to show mercy, I and Yuan will follow young Master Yi forever." Yi Xian smiled. "I don't need it." The hunchbacked old man was stunned. Suju was stunned as well. He'd thought that Yi Xian would agree. After all, the entire Dark Abyss submitting to him was extremely tempting. After all, Yi Xian had subdued the doubting as well. And the Dark Abyss was even more powerful than the doubting. The hunchbacked old man looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, this old man doesn't understand. As far as I know, didn't you give the doubting a chance? Why can't you give it to me?" Yi Xian shook his head. "When the doubting ancestor made me the doubting master, the doubting was stronger than me, Yi Xian. The doubting ancestor's strength was enough to crush me. But now you chose to submit not because you want to submit, but because you want to live. The difference is huge." The hunchbacked old man was stunned. And just as he was about to speak, the white-robed woman suddenly said angrily, "My brother said there's no need. You don't understand, do you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she punched out. Boom! Before the hunchbacked old man could finish his words, his entire body turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared without a trace. He was directly erased. It was obvious that the white-robed woman had used a bit of strength in that punch. After killing the hunchbacked old man with a single punch, the white-robed woman looked at the shattered Dark Abyss. And in the next moment, she punched out. A fist swept through the battlefield, and the space in its path was annihilated inch by inch. It was an extremely shocking sight. If this fist entered the Dark Abyss, the entire Dark Abyss would be instantly turned into nothingness. Just as the fist was about to enter the Dark Abyss, a shadow suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Dark Abyss, and the shadow flicked his sleeve. Boom! The white-robed woman's fist was instantly blocked by a mysterious force. Suju's voice trembled as he spoke from afar. Tao brother. The shadow before them was the ancestor of the dark abyss, Tao brother. However, it wasn't his true body, it was just a shadow. Tao brother. He was one of the disciples of the previous owner of the Tao scripture. Moreover, he had created the dark abyss. Tao brother looked at the white-robed woman in the distance, and he just looked at her without saying a word. After that, his body started to dissipate bit by bit. Suja frowned slightly when he saw this. What does this mean? Just like that, the Tao brother slowly disappeared in front of the three of them. Yi Xian was silent. What did she mean by this? At this moment, the white-robed woman waved her right hand, and two rays of white light suddenly flew out from the dark abyss and landed steadily in her hands. Tao scripture. 2 Tao scriptures. Yi Xian was about to speak, but the white-robed woman suddenly punched out. Boom! In the distance, the entire dark abyss was directly turned into nothingness, completely wiped out. Seeing this scene, Suja's heart was filled with mixed feelings. The dark abyss and the ancient god abyss had been fighting for so many years, but now, this force had completely disappeared. At this moment, the white-robed woman suddenly said, "Let's go." Suja hurriedly asked, "Back to the 5th dimension?" The white-robed woman nodded. Suja was about to speak, but the white-robed woman said again, "Then go to the whirling world." Go to the whirling world. Suja was stunned. This senior still didn't want to give up? At this moment, the white-robed woman suddenly said, "Let's go." As she said this, she pulled Yi Xian and turned to leave. Suja hesitated for a moment, then followed. Whirling world. Somewhere in the clouds suddenly trembled. Soon, 4 experts appeared above the clouds. These 4 people were the Xuanhuan sect master Li Shanshui, the Xuanji sect master Gu Wuchao, the Tao Returning Academy's sect master Yun Min, and the Xiao clan's patriarch Xiao Jing. Xuanhuan sect master Li Shanshui suddenly said, "I think everyone should know that something has happened to the 5th dimension." Gu Wuchao said in a deep voice, "I can no longer contact the people of my Xuanji sect." Tao Returning Academy's sect master Yun Min said softly, "Me too." Xiao Jing also said, "My Xiao clan too." Xuanhuan sect master Li Shanshui suddenly said, "They might all be dead." Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed. Li Shanshui said softly, "Everyone this time, we might have kicked an iron plate." Xiao Jing looked at Li Shanshui. "No one should be able to destroy them over there." Li Shanshui said in a deep voice, "We might have underestimated the force behind that Yi Xian." Everyone fell silent. The force behind Yi Xian. Why had they sent so many experts to the 5th dimension this time? They wanted to destroy the force behind Yi Xian, seize the Tao scripture, and divide the 5th dimension. But now, all the people they had sent were gone. Li Shanshui suddenly said, "Everyone, the people behind Yi Xian will definitely not let this go." Xiao Jing said in a deep voice, "In Brother Li's opinion, what should we do next?" A cold light flashed in Li Shanshui's eyes. "We can't sit still and wait for death. We must strike first to gain the upper hand." As he said this, he looked at everyone. "Everyone this time, we must work together and unite as one. I have already asked all the experts of my Xian Fei sect to rush back. Not only that, I have also invited some of the elders who are in seclusion. All the experts of my Xian Fei sect have rushed to the transmission array here. Everyone, I hope that you can do the same. Don't think that you will get lucky. The other party was able to destroy so many of us, so they must have a lot of people. None of our 4 clans can contend against them. Only when the 4 clans unite as one will we have a chance." After the other 3 were silent for a moment, Xiao Jing suddenly said, "I will immediately ask all the experts of my Xiao clan to rush here." Tao Returning Academy Master Yun Min also said, "The people of my Tao Returning Academy will arrive here in an hour at most." Xuanji sect master Gu Wuchao said, "Within an hour, all the experts of my Xuanji sect who are at or above the Tao attainment realm will appear here." Soon, countless experts of the entire whirling world rushed towards the transmission array that led to the 5th dimension. More and more people came, because there were many vassal forces under the 4 super forces. P.S. Thank you for the support of all the readers. The monthly votes have increased a lot, Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't think about healthcare anymore. Work hard to earn milk powder money. I want to be a righteous person. Chapter 1435. Under the call of the four major forces. More and more forces from the Saha world began to join them. However, the whirling sect, which had the greatest influence in the whirling world, did not make any moves. Whirling sect. In a certain pavilion, two women sat facing each other. One of the women was Yuzun, who had rushed back from the fifth dimension. The other woman was the current sect master of the whirling sect, Yushi. The two of them were playing chess. Yushi raised a piece and placed it down. Is what you said true? Venerable Yu laughed. Senior sister. Do you think I would lie to you? Yushi shook her head. Her eyes flashed a trace of complexity. I just can't believe that there is such a strong person in this world. Venerable Yu said in a low voice. I didn't believe it in the beginning either. Yushi shook his head and smiled. It seems that our vision is too narrow. In other words, the whirling world has limited us. Yuzun raised a chess piece and placed it down. Then he said, Senior sister, have you considered it? Yushi chuckled and said, What's there to consider? Exchanging a Taoist scripture for a good karma. No matter how you look at it, it's our gain. Venerable Yu smiled and said, Indeed. Yushi turned his head and took a look. Now more and more experts from the whirling world are rushing to that teleportation array. It seems that Xianhuan sect wants to fight to the death. Venerable Yu shook his head. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. In her opinion, numbers meant nothing to a powerhouse at the level of the white-robed woman. Most importantly, there was also a female swordsman. That female swordsman was also terrifying. If the two of them joined forces, they could even shatter the whirling world, let alone destroy the mystic nebulous sect and other forces. At that moment, an old man suddenly appeared behind the two women. The old man bowed slightly and said, Sect Master Li Shanshui of the profound Nether sect has come to visit. Do you want to see him? Hearing this, Yushi looked at Yuzun and said with a smile, Why do you think he came here? Venerable Yu spoke indifferently. He wants us to join forces with him. Yushi smiled and said, Yes. The old man bowed slightly, and then quietly retreated. A moment later, Li Shanshui appeared in front of the two women. Yushi stood up and said with a smile, Brother Li, why are you free to come to my whirling sect today? Li Shanshui smiled and said, Sect Master Yu, to tell you the truth, I came this time because I have something to ask of you. Yushi rolled his eyes at Li Shanshui. Brother Li, what do you mean by begging? You're treating me like an outsider. What's the matter, Brother Li, just say it. Li Shanshui looked at Yushi. Sect leader Yu, I think you should already know what happened in the fifth dimension. Yushi blinked. What is it? Li Shanshui's expression was calm. Damn, this woman is playing dumb. Li Shanshui smiled slightly. Sect leader Yu, I will be straightforward. We underestimated the power behind Yi Xian in the fifth dimension. This time, we want the whirling sect to join us. If sect leader Yu agrees, after we kill Yi Xian, all the Tao scriptures on him will belong to the whirling sect. Yuzun glanced at Li Shanshui. Needless to say, Li Shanshui's conditions were very tempting. After all, if the whirling sect obtained the Taoist scriptures from Yi Xian, they would have a total of 7 Taoist scriptures. Of course, not to mention 7 Taoist scriptures. The whirling sect wouldn't even be tempted by 9 Taoist scriptures. They didn't dare to be tempted. Yushi smiled. Sect leader Li, this condition is very tempting. However, sect leader Li, I will tell you the truth. This time, we won't interfere in the matter between you and the fifth dimension. Li Shanshui frowned. Why? Yushi smiled slightly. Sect leader Li, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but why should we interfere? Li Shanshui was silent. Yushi continued. Sect leader Li, if you obtain the Taoist scriptures from Yi Xian, my whirling sect won't be jealous. Li Shanshui glanced at Yushi and said, Farewell. With that he turned and left. After Li Shanshui left, Yuzun suddenly said, Actually, if they go to the fifth dimension now, they can still be saved. Yushi looked at Yuzun. How? Yuzun smiled. Admit your mistake and beg for mercy. Yushi smiled. They won't. Yuzun nodded. As if thinking of something, she suddenly looked at Yushi. Senior sister, why didn't you tell him about the true strength of the person behind Yi Xian? Yushi blinked. He didn't ask. Yuzun gave a thumbs up. No wonder Master passed the position of sect leader to you. Amazing. Yushi smiled. If you want, I can give it to you right now. Yuzun stood up and walked over to Yushi. Senior sister, if I had the intention to fight for the position of sect leader, would you have let me go? Yushi grabbed Yuzun's hand and smiled lightly. Am I that bad in your heart? Yuzun smiled. Even now, I still can't see through you. Yushi looked at Yuzun. After I took over the whirling sect, have I harmed anyone? Yuzun was silent for a moment then smiled. I was thinking too much. With that she turned and left. On the spot, Yushi said softly, silly girl. Somewhere in the clouds, more and more experts were gathering here. They were experts from all over the world. And they were all summoned by Xuanhuan sect and other forces. The experts of the Xuanhuan sect and other forces had also arrived. At this moment, there were 69 consolidation realm experts gathered here. In addition, there were more than 300 Dao attainment realm experts and thousands of Dao defense realm experts. It seemed like a lot, but it was actually normal, because most of the top experts in the whirling world were here. In the five-dimensional universe. After Yi Xian and the white-robed woman returned to the five-dimensional universe, they did not stop. Instead, they directly went to the teleportation formation to the whirling world. The white-robed woman glanced at Suju in the distance. You can stay here. Suju hesitated for a moment then nodded. Okay. The white-robed woman nodded slightly, then led Yi Xian towards the teleportation formation. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Count me in. Yi Xian turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Situ Tingyan. The white-robed woman said, I alone am enough. Situ Tingyan smiled. I want to join in the fun. The white-robed woman was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, Then let's go together. Situ Tingyan smiled. Then let's go. After saying that, she turned into a sword light and entered the teleportation formation. The white-robed woman and Yi Xian disappeared on the spot. In the teleportation formation passage, Yi Xian looked at Situ Tingyan. Senior sister, I would like to ask you for advice on Sword Dao. Sword Dao. Situ Tingyan blinked then smiled. The person beside you is also a swordsman. And a powerful swordsman. Yi Xian looked at the white-robed woman. Qing are you a sword and fist cultivator? The white-robed woman nodded, sort of. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Then can you provide me with some guidance in Sword Dao? The white-robed woman glanced at Yi Xian. And then she said, Your current Sword Dao already has a flavor of its own. However, it's still very, very lacking in terms of intent. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Is there any way to improve it? The white-robed woman thought for a moment, and then she said, I can point you in a direction. As for whether you're able to improve it, that's up to you. Yi Xian nodded. All right. The white-robed woman said, Your current comprehension of the Sword Dao has attained the level of the unrestrained sword heart. What is the unrestrained sword heart? It's when the sword isn't restrained by yourself or anything else. However, your sword hasn't attained true freedom. What is freedom? It's freedom that comes naturally from not attaining it. You're far from attaining that level right now. The reason you're unable to attain that level is because you have too many trivial matters and too many burdens. There's an invisible shackle in your heart, and it's preventing you from attaining true freedom. Yi Xian fell silent. He understood what the white-robed woman meant. Because of the matter regarding the fifth dimension, he was utterly unable to attain true freedom in the sword heart. Yi Xian asked another question. Qing then what about the level above the unrestrained sword heart? The white-robed woman gazed at Yi Xian and said, I can't tell you that. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why? The white-robed woman spoke softly. You've already created your own path in the Sword Dao. You can only explore this path on your own. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Xian fell silent. The white-robed woman continued. If you continue on this path, then your sword Tao will truly create a path that truly belongs to you. At that time, you'll become someone that isn't within your realm of cultivation. As for our path in the sword Tao, even though you can walk it as well, there's no need for you to. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. The white-robed woman glanced at Sita Tingyan in the distance and said, her sword Tao was also created by her own. Sita Tingyan nodded. Regardless of whether it's the sword Tao or any other path, it's best to walk one's own path. Even though it's much simpler to walk someone else's path, there are too many limitations. As she spoke, she smiled faintly. In our eyes, there are only two types of people in this world. One is within the realm of cultivation, and the other is outside the realm of cultivation. Those within the realm of cultivation are equivalent to what the Milky Way realm calls the novice village. Those outside the realm of cultivation are the true experts. Yi Xian blinked. What's the meaning of novice village? Sita Tingyan smiled and said, it means that they're very, very weak. Yi Xian was speechless. Sita Tingyan continued. Of course, the owner of this scripture is considered an expert. However, those who walk his path are not. Unless one surpasses him, one can only be considered to be unconventional. Unconventional, Yi Xian said in a low voice. Is the owner of this scripture very formidable? Sita Tingyan smiled and said, I've never seen him. However, he was able to create a complete martial arts system. So he's definitely a genius amongst geniuses. Such a person is rare in this world. The white-robed woman nodded. This scripture's martial arts system is not bad indeed. As for the owner of this scripture, I've never seen him before, so I won't comment on him. Yi Xian suddenly asked. What about the woman in the plain dress? How strong is she? Sita Tingyan fell silent. The white-robed woman fell silent as well. Yi Xian glanced at the two of them and said softly, both of you should know, right? Sita Tingyan gazed at the white-robed woman. Ask her. Yi Xian gazed at the white-robed woman. The latter fell silent for a moment before she said, let's change the topic. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1436. Yi Xian glanced at the white-robed woman. Obviously, she didn't want to talk about the Qing. What exactly happened during her generation? Why did only 2 out of the 4 Qing remain in the end? Yi Xian was quite curious. However, he didn't ask any further. Suddenly, the 3 of them stopped moving, because an old man had suddenly appeared not too far away from them. The white-robed woman gazed at the old man with a calm expression and indifference in her eyes. The old man's gaze descended onto Yi Xian. You're Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded. The old man glanced at the white-robed woman and Sita Tingyan, and then he smiled. What? You've only brought 2 people with you? Yi Xian nodded. The old man laughed with ridicule. Yi Xian, who are you looking down on? Yi Xian was speechless. The old man sized up the white-robed woman and Sita Tingyan again, and then he smiled. Yi Xian, don't you think you've brought too few people with you? Yi Xian thought for a while. Then he said, yes, it is a little too little. The old man was about to speak when Sita Tingyan suddenly said, all of you seem to have been waiting for us? The old man gazed at Sita Tingyan. We've been waiting for a long time. Sita Tingyan blinked. Then lead the way. The old man glanced at Yi Xian's group of 3. Come on then. We've prepared a huge gift for all of you. I hope you like it. He turned around and left once he finished speaking. Sita Tingyan hesitated for a moment. I'm a little panicked. Yi Xian was speechless. The white-robed woman glanced at Sita Tingyan. You've learned quite a bit from him. As soon as she finished speaking, she led Yi Xian off into the distance. Sita Tingyan chuckled, and then she followed after them. Whirling world. At this moment, a few thousand people had gathered at the teleportation formation. There were a total of 98 consolidation realm experts amongst them. Moreover, there were over 500 Dao attainment realm experts. Among them, there were thousands of Dao defense realm experts. The Xuanhuan sect and the other 3 super forces had used all the resources they could. This time they were serious, and they didn't dare to underestimate him. The fall of dozens of Consolidation Realm experts made them realize that they were definitely not facing an ordinary force. At that moment, an old man walked out from the teleportation formation. Not far away, Li Shanshui, the sect master of the mystic fraudulent sect, opened his eyes and looked at the elder. The elder said solemnly, "They're here." Li Shanshui narrowed his eyes. "How many?" The old man said. "Including Yi Xian, that makes 3. 3 people." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Li Shanshui frowned. "Are you sure there are only 3 of them?" The old man nodded. "Just 3. However, the aura of those 2 women is very calm. I'm afraid they're not ordinary people." 3 people. Li Shanshui looked at the entrance of the teleportation array with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Yi Xian only brought 2 women to the Saha world? Was he confident? Or did he have a backup plan? The Xiao clan's patriarch Xiao Jing spoke abruptly. "It isn't that simple." The Dao Convergence Dean, Yin Min, nodded. "Yes, we can't be careless." Li Shanshui gazed at the teleportation formation. "Then let's see how extraordinary they are." As he spoke, he closed his eyes slowly. Actually, there was a trace of uneasiness in his heart. It was absolutely impossible for Yi Xian to have no backup plan. Or perhaps, it could be said that those 2 women were absolutely not ordinary people. But at this moment, they had no way out. They couldn't beg for mercy from Yi Xian, right? He couldn't do something like that. 2 women gazed silently at Li Shanshui's group from high up in the clouds. They were Yuzun and Yuxi. Yuxi smiled. "Junior sister. Looks like Li Shanshui and the others are prepared to fight to the death." Yuzun spoke softly. "Let's just watch in silence." Yuxi gazed at Yuzun. "Do you know that if Yi Xian loses, then all of these powers will turn against my Saha sect?" Yuzun fell silent. If Yi Xian lost, then Li Shanshui would definitely utilize this opportunity to annihilate the Saha sect. Yuxi was just about to speak when the teleportation formation in the distance suddenly started trembling. Both of them gazed at the teleportation formation. The gazes of everyone here descended onto the teleportation formation, and it didn't take long for 3 people to walk out from it. 2 women and a man. It was Yi Xian's group of 3. When Yi Xian walked out from the teleportation formation, he was instantly stunned. Isn't there a little too many people here? Moreover, there are actually so many experts here. The Xiao clan's patriarch suddenly walked over to Yi Xian's group of 3, and he gazed at Yi Xian. "You're Yi Xian." Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Jing smiled. "Young Master Yi, we underestimated you. I never expected that such an enormous power would actually stand behind you." As he spoke, he glanced at the white-robed woman and Sita Tingyan. "However, aren't you looking down on the experts of my Saha world a little too much by only bringing 2 people with you?" Meanwhile, the white-robed woman suddenly shook her head. "You talk too much." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly vanished on the spot. Xiao Jing's pupils constricted, and then he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Bang! The spectators hadn't even been able to see it clearly when a figure was blasted flying. It was Li Shanshui. Li Shanshui frantically retreated. In the process of retreating, his physical body cracked inch by inch, and his soul gradually dissipated. When he finally stopped, his physical body had already disappeared, and his soul was almost transparent. Everyone in the surroundings was petrified when they witnessed this scene. The patriarch of the Xiao clan is gone just like that? At this moment, Li Shanshui's countenance was pale while his eyes were filled with disbelief. He hadn't imagined that the patriarch of the Xiao clan would be instantly annihilated with a single punch. At this moment, all the experts of the Saha sect were terrified. This wasn't victory, it was instant annihilation. He'd instantly annihilated a peak Unity Realm expert with a single punch. On the other side, Yushi's expression instantly became solemn as well. At this moment, she finally understood why her junior sister was so afraid of the 5th dimension. This woman was too strong. The white-robed woman gazed at Li Shanshui from afar. Li Shanshui's expression changed, and he said ferociously, "Everyone attack together." As soon as he finished speaking, the experts of the Black Illusion sect charged forward. The experts of the other sects were about to attack as well. Right at this moment, the white-robed woman smashed her fist forward. Bang! All the experts of the Black Illusion sect that were charging towards her were instantly annihilated by a single punch. Over 100 Dao Attainment Realm experts and over a dozen Unity Realm experts had been instantly annihilated with a single punch. At this moment, the surroundings were so silent that a falling needle could be heard. So many experts had been instantly annihilated just like that. Everyone looked at the white-robed woman, as if they were looking at a monster. On the other side, Yushi's expression was extremely solemn as well. She stared fixedly at the white-robed woman, and the shock in her heart couldn't be any greater. What sort of godly strength is this? In the distance, the white-robed woman gazed at Li Shanshui. Li Shanshui gulped and spoke with a trembling voice. "Senior, this is a misunderstanding." Everyone was speechless. The white-robed woman was expressionless. What misunderstanding? Li Shanshui's lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. At this moment, the Dao Returning Academy's dean, Yun Min, suddenly walked in front of the white-robed woman and bowed respectfully. "Senior, we are here today to welcome young Master Yi and you." Everyone was speechless. Yun Min bowed again and said, "Senior, if we have offended you before, please." The white-robed woman suddenly opened her palm, and the Dao scripture on Yi Xian's body flew into her hand. She looked at Li Shanshui and the others. "This is the Dao scripture that my brother obtained. Don't you want his Dao scripture? It's here now. Come and get it." Yun Min said with a trembling voice. "No, I wouldn't dare." The white-robed woman's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. "Wouldn't dare? You forced my brother to almost self-destruct. Still wouldn't dare?" As soon as she finished speaking, she blasted out a punch. Bang! Yun Min's entire body was annihilated by this punch. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they immediately fled. Meanwhile, the white-robed woman suddenly spoke fiercely. "Did I say that all of you could leave?" As she spoke, she smashed her fist forward, and an expert that was over 1 kilometer away was instantly obliterated by this punch. Everyone had stopped what they were doing. They didn't dare to move. The white-robed woman glanced coldly at them. "Do you want to live?" Everyone was stunned, and then they hurriedly nodded. The white-robed woman gazed at Li Shanshui. "What about you?" Li Shanshui spoke with a trembling voice. "I do. Don't beg for mercy." "No. It isn't shameful to beg for mercy when facing such an expert." The white-robed woman's face was expressionless. She glanced at Yi Xian and said, "This is my brother." Everyone looked at Yi Xian. The white-robed woman continued, "He's from the 9th dimension. He's the master of the 9th dimension, and he's reincarnated here to play." Yi Xian was speechless. Everyone glanced at each other. "The 9th dimension? Does the 9th dimension really exist?" The white-robed woman continued, "If you want to live, it's very simple. Follow my brother. In the future, he'll take you to the 9th dimension to play." Yi Xian was speechless. Everyone was speechless. Li Shanshui's expression was somewhat strange. "Why does it seem like this senior is tricking us?" The white-robed woman frowned slightly. "What, you don't believe me?" Hearing this, Li Shanshui hurriedly said, "I believe, of course I believe." Everyone else nodded hurriedly. The white-robed woman's face was expressionless. "Is it a grievance to follow my brother?" Li Shanshui hurriedly shook his head. "No, it's not grievance. It's our honor to follow young Master Yi." The white-robed woman was silent, and no one knew what she was thinking. Afraid that the white-robed woman would go back on her words, Li Shanshui hurriedly came before Yi Xian and bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, from now on, we are your people." Yi Xian ignored Li Shanshui. He walked to the white-robed woman's side and said softly, "Qing," the white-robed woman slowly closed her eyes. "Brother, I'm leaving." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Leaving?" The white-robed woman nodded. She opened her palm, and a blood-red thread suddenly appeared on her hand. Yi Xian was stunned. "This is..." The white-robed woman looked at Yi Xian. "The cause of calamity," Yi Xian said solemnly. "What do you mean?" The white-robed woman raised her head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. There was a trace of confusion in her eyes. I underestimated this cause of calamity. Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he thought of Nian Nian. Was Nian Nian's death really related to the Tao ancestor? With Nian Nian's strength, even if it was less than 20%, it should be enough to kill the Tao ancestor. Moreover, Nian Nian lost her memory. This was very unusual. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Everyone in the surroundings looked up into the sky. Li Shanshui gazed at Gu Wuchao with slight astonishment. What are you doing? Gu Wuchao laughed fiercely. She wants us to follow Yi Xian? She's probably overthinking things. As he spoke, he bowed deeply towards the sky. Greetings, ancestor. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure gradually condensed in the sky, and it wasn't long before a white-haired old man appeared within their fields of vision. The profound sex ancestor. The white-haired old man glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed at Gu Wuchao in the end. Has my profound sect encountered a threat of life and death? Gu Wuchao nodded and spoke respectfully. Yes. As he spoke, he pointed at the white-robed woman in the distance. Ancestor, it's her who intends to destroy my profound sect. The white-haired old man gazed at the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman's expression was calm. The white-robed old man seemed to have noticed something, and his pupils constricted. He turned around to look at Gu Wuchao and roared furiously. You idiot! How could you screw over your ancestors like this? I'll fuck your ancestors. Everyone in the surroundings was speechless. P.S. Do you have tickets? Chapter 1437. Gu Wuchao was quite stunned. What's going on? The white-haired old man cupped his fists to the white-robed woman and said respectfully, May I know your name, senior? Senior? Everyone here was petrified when they heard the white-haired old man. The ancestor of the Dark Secrets sect actually addressed the white-robed woman as senior? At this moment, Li Shanshui was covered in cold sweat, because he'd actually wanted to summon his ancestor as well. That was the final trump card of the Dark Secrets sect. However, he'd hesitated because he wasn't sure if his ancestor could resist the white-robed woman. But he hadn't expected that Gu Wuchao would summon his ancestor. Fortunately, Gu Wuchao had summoned his ancestor. Otherwise he would be finished. The white-robed woman gazed at the white-haired old man. Are you not going to lend a hand? The white-haired old man hurriedly shook his head. Of course not. Of course not. The white-robed woman's face was emotionless as she gazed at Gu Wuchao. The latter's expression changed, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully. We're willing to follow young Master Yi to the death. The white-robed woman paid no attention to Gu Wuchao, and she gazed at Yi Xian. Come with me. Yi Xian nodded. All right. The white-robed woman turned around and left. Yi Xian followed her. Sita Tingyun glanced at the others here, and they were looking at her as well. Sita Tingyun blinked. Does anyone want to spar with me? All of them were speechless. At the other side, Yi Xian and the white-robed woman were strolling through the clouds. The white-robed woman said, I have to go. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Qing, do you know much about the cause of calamity? The white-robed woman shook her head. Not much. She paused for a moment and continued. I've been constantly investigating the cause of calamity throughout the years, and I've made some progress. I'll get to the bottom of it once I leave. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Why can't I sense the cause of calamity within me? The white-robed woman gazed at Yi Xian. Because you're not strong enough. Yi Xian was speechless. The white-robed woman said softly. The cause of the calamity is mainly this cause. Everything in the world has a cause and an effect. We don't know how this cause was formed. As she spoke, she looked up at the starry sky and said softly, People living in this world are like chess pieces on a chessboard. Of course, the chess player might also be a chess piece. Fate is like an invisible hand that controls everything in the world. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Am I that chess piece? The white-robed woman looked at Yi Xian. She grabbed Yi Xian's hand and said softly, This universe is boundless, and there are too many unknowns. Look at this starry sky. There are countless galaxies and planets. These galaxies and planets are all moving confidently, according to some kind of law. How could all of this be a coincidence? If it wasn't a coincidence, then who created all of this? Both you and I could be pawns. Even the three of them didn't dare to say that they were invincible in the universe. Yi Xian fell silent. The white-robed woman continued. I'm going to leave this place and investigate the cause of your calamity. You have to take care of yourself from now on, understand? Yi Xian looked at the white-robed woman. Will there be any danger? The white-robed woman shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian was just about to say something when the white-robed woman said with a smile. I can protect myself. She gently hugged Yi Xian as she spoke. Yi Xian's body stiffened. Yi Xian didn't notice that two streams of clear liquid had appeared on the white-robed woman's cheeks. After a long while, the white-robed woman released Yi Xian. She pulled out a storage ring and placed it in Yi Xian's hand with a faint smile. There's still time. She pointed a finger toward the sky as she spoke. Chi. The space in the sky suddenly cracked open. Immediately afterward, she transformed into a streak of white light and disappeared into the cracked space. Gone. Down below, Yi Xian's gaze was slightly blank. The white-robed woman stopped somewhere in the starry sky. She looked at her palm, and there were already 2 bloody marks on it. The white-robed woman's expression was cold, and no one knew what she was thinking. Moments later, she suddenly turned and looked down. After a long moment of silence, she transformed into a streak of white light and disappeared into the starry sky. The whirling world. Yi Xian returned to the teleportation portal. Situ Tingyan looked at Yi Xian. She left. Yi Xian nodded. Situ Tingyan smiled. Then I'm leaving as well. Yi Xian looked at Situ Tingyan. Senior sister, where are you going? Situ Tingyan laughed. I'm going to find a place that makes me feel threatened. Yi Xian. Situ Tingyan walked over to Yi Xian and patted Yi Xian on the shoulder. Little junior brother, we'll meet again. As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to leave. However, she seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly gazed at the ancestor of the School of Secrets in the sky. The latter's expression changed. Sir, Situ Tingyan smiled. Don't be nervous. I don't kill people indiscriminately. The old man was speechless. Situ Tingyan continued. I want to show my ability before I leave, and you're the strongest here. So make your move. The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment before he said, I can't defeat you. Situ Tingyan rolled her eyes. I didn't say that you can defeat me. I just asked you to make your move, and then I'll show my ability. The white-haired old man was speechless. Situ Tingyan continued, make your move quickly. I'm busy. Right, remember to use your full strength. The white-haired old man glanced at Situ Tingyan. Then I'll have to offend you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his palm. In the next moment, he suddenly slapped it towards Situ Tingyan. Bang! A palm swept down from the sky. As soon as it appeared, the expressions of countless experts in the surroundings changed drastically, and they retreated explosively, because the energy contained within that palm was truly too terrifying. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression had become solemn as well. That palm had definitely surpassed the perfect union realm. The white-haired old man stared fixedly at Situ Tingyan. Actually, he wanted to witness her strength as well. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was looking at Situ Tingyan as well. The corners of Situ Tingyan's mouth curled up slightly. Her left thumb twitched slightly, and then a sword suddenly flew out from within its sheath. In the next moment, a ray of light flashed from below, and then a sword was pressed against the white-haired old man's throat. On the other hand, the white-haired old man's attack had vanished without a trace. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they witnessed this scene. Gu Wuchao's legs even felt slightly weak. At this moment, he finally understood why his ancestor had been so terrified. It was too fucking terrifying. The white-haired old man gazed at Situ Tingyan with a complicated expression. Senior Sword Dao is unparalleled throughout the ages. Situ Tingyan roared with laughter, and then she gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. That attack from before is called instant death. Every strike of my sword kills an enemy within a 3 kilometers radius. I've once utilized this sword technique to kill a person who's 2 realms of cultivation above him. Now, I'll pass it down to you. When she spoke up to this point, she seemed to have thought of something, and she roared with laughter. All those years ago, he passed down sword intent to me and allowed me to step into the sword Tao. Today, I'll pass down my sword technique to you. Interesting. Ha ha ha. As she spoke, she tapped with her finger. An array of light shot into the center of Yi Xian's forehead. Yi Xian's figure trembled, and it didn't take long for countless pieces of information to surge into his mind. Situ Tingyun gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. Little junior brother, we'll meet again in the future. I hope we'll be able to discuss the Tao with the sword when we do. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. She's gone. The experts from the whirling world instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw Situ Tingyun leave as well. Meanwhile, two women suddenly arrived in front of Yi Xian, and it was Yu Shi and Yu Zun. Yu Shi grinned. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian gazed at Yu Shi. You're the sect master of the whirling sect? Yu Shi smiled. I am. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a scripture appeared there. She passed it to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, this is the last scripture. Fate brought us together today, so I'll give it to young Master Yi. Fate. Li Shanshui and the others had extremely strange expressions on their faces. Damn it. She really knows how to talk. Needless to say, the whirling sect had really become the biggest winner, because the whirling sect hadn't suffered any losses this time. Actually, they'd come to an understanding now. The reason the whirling sect hadn't joined forces with them was definitely because they knew how formidable the person standing behind Yi Xian was. So they refused to cooperate with them. But this woman just refused to tell them. She'd caused them to be practically annihilated. She was too treacherous. Yi Xian glanced at Yu Shi. He didn't refuse, and he took the scripture and said, Sect Master Yu, I've gathered all 9 scriptures, and I'm willing to share them with the whirling sect. Yu Shi blinked. Really? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. Yu Shi grinned. Thank you, young Master Yi. Actually, she was really happy, because even if Yi Xian didn't share them with the whirling sect, she wouldn't dare say anything. She didn't know if Yi Xian was really the master of the 9th dimension, but she knew that he was absolutely not an ordinary person. After Yi Xian put the scripture away, he glanced at everyone here. Everyone, return to your respective residences. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, Li Shanshui hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, we're all following you now. You. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, I'll look for all of you if I need anything. Li Shanshui hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Young Master Yi, I'll follow by your side. All the experts of the Black Hat sect had been killed, so it was utterly meaningless for him to stay in the whirling world. Yi Xian was about to speak when Li Shanshui added, Young Master Yi, my Black Hat sect has been around for over 100,000 years, and we still have some finances. If young Master Yi doesn't mind, then I'll give them to young Master Yi. Yi Xian glanced at Li Shanshui, and the latter hurriedly said, I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to follow young Master Yi. Now Yi Xian was his only way out. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded. All right. Li Shanshui hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. I'll go back and pack up. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Xian glanced at the experts of the Tao Returning Institute and the Shao clan in the distance. They didn't make a stand. He didn't force them. Obviously, they wanted to stay in the whirling world, and they didn't really want to follow Yi Xian. After all, no one liked to be the subordinate of another. Moreover, the white-robed woman and the swordsman had left. Right at this moment, the ancestor of the profound secret sect suddenly looked at Gu Wuchao and said angrily, What are you still looking at? Hurry up and pay your respects to young Master Yi. Are you trying to make me crawl out of my coffin from anger? Gu Wuchao was speechless. Chapter 1438. When he heard the white-haired old man, Gu Wuchao hurriedly walked over to Yi Xian and bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. From today onward, my profound secret sect swears to follow young Master Yi to the death. Yi Xian gazed at the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man grinned. Young brother, it's their honor to follow you. He hesitated for a moment as he spoke, and then he said, I hope you'll treat them well as well. Actually, even though everyone here was aware that the white-robed woman and the swordsman were terrifying, they didn't know exactly how terrifying they were. However, the white-haired old man knew, because he was an expert above the oneness realm. However, not to mention that he was only a strand of his soul. Even his main body wouldn't be a match for a single attack from that woman. In other words, the strength of those two women had exceeded the scope of his understanding. If the Profound Secrets sect followed Yi Xian, then it would definitely be able to attain glory once more. In the Profound Secrets sect's opinion, it wasn't submission, it was an opportunity. An enormous opportunity. On many occasions, the accomplishments a person could attain in the future depended on who that person followed. The Profound Secrets sect had arrived at a certain height, and it was very difficult for it to improve further, unless an extraordinarily monstrous genius appeared within the sect. However, that was even more difficult, because it had been many years since an expert above the oneness realm had appeared in the whirling world. Now an opportunity had been placed before the Profound Secrets sect, and it was to follow Yi Xian and rely on Yi Xian to bring the Profound Secrets sect to a new height. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment when he heard the white-haired old man, and then he nodded. All right. He didn't refuse them. The reason Qing hadn't killed them was because she wanted to leave and leave some help for him. But now, he really did need help. He wanted to reorganize the fifth dimension and the doubting. He wanted to truly rebuild order. And he needed people to accomplish all of that. After they heard the Profound Secrets sect's ancestor speak, the other powers expressed their submission as well. They suddenly understood something. And it was that Yi Xian was a backer. This thigh was right here, so why not cling to it? Now that the Profound Secrets sect had Yi Xian as their backer, if they didn't submit, what would they do if the Profound Secrets sect came looking for trouble with them in the future? Most importantly, there was still the whirling sect in the whirling world. This time, the whirling sect didn't suffer any losses. It could be said that the whirling sect was currently the strongest sect. If they didn't cozy up to Yi Xian, it was very likely that they would be devoured by the whirling sect. So, after weighing the pros and cons, basically all the powers present expressed their willingness to submit to Yi Xian. And Yi Xian did not refuse. Meanwhile, Li Shanxue appeared here, and he walked over to Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, let's go. Yi Xian nodded. All right. As he spoke, he glanced at the others. All of you stay here and wait for my orders. Everyone hurriedly nodded. Yi Xian turned around and left with Li Shanxue. After the two of them left, the others glanced at each other, and their eyes were filled with bitterness. This time, all of them were almost finished. On the other side, the whirling sect's master, Yu Shi, remained silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. Exalt smiled. Senior sister, are you slightly disappointed? Yu Shi smiled. What are you disappointed about? Exalt gazed at the experts in the distance. Senior sister, you're disappointed that those two didn't kill all of them. If those two seniors killed all of them, then the whirling world would belong to my whirling sect. But now, all of them have sided with Yi Xian, so we can't attack or curse them. We seem to be quite passive instead, right? Exalt smiled. Indeed. Yu Shi spoke softly, senior sister. Regardless of whether we admit it or not, that young Master Yi isn't someone we can afford to offend now. Even if he wants our whirling sect to submit, we have no other choice. Yu Shi fell silent. Exalt continued. Fortunately, that young Master Yi doesn't seem to be very interested in the whirling world. Yu Shi suddenly raised his head and looked towards the horizon, and he spoke softly. I'm curious now. I'm curious about exactly what level of cultivation those two women have attained, and where they've gone. A short while later, everyone here left. Once all of them left, a slovenly old man appeared here. This slovenly old man was called over by the White Cloud Swordsman, and everything had come to an end when he arrived here. The slovenly old man fell silent for a long time before he spoke softly. That young Master Yi isn't simple at all. Meanwhile, a figure suddenly appeared by the slovenly old man's side. It was the ancestor of the Dark Abyss, Dao Brother's second brother. Dao brother's second brother gazed towards the direction Yi Xian had left towards. Senior brother, long time no see. The slovenly old man's face remained emotionless. Your dark abyss is gone. Dao brother's second brother smiled. If it's gone, then it's gone. What's the big deal? The slovenly old man gazed at Dao brother's second brother. You won't give up, right? Dao brother's second brother roared with laughter. Do you think I should give up? The slovenly old man shook his head. Junior brother, why? You and Yuan were in the wrong in this matter. Dao brother's second brother roared with laughter. I don't care if I'm in the wrong or not. All I know is that kindness must be repaid, and enmity must be repaid. The slovenly old man spoke softly. If you choose to take revenge, then you'll be doomed eternally. Dao brother's second brother gazed at the slovenly old man. Senior brother, do you know his true identity? The slovenly old man shook his head. I don't. Dao brother's second brother gazed at the slovenly old man and smiled. Senior brother, you didn't come back for this person, right? The slovenly old man glanced at Dao brother's second brother. Junior brother, out of respect for master, I'll say one more thing. Give up on taking revenge. If you insist on taking revenge, then you'll really be doomed eternally. He turned around and left once he finished speaking. Dao brother's second brother smiled. Senior brother, aren't you underestimating me? The slovenly old man sighed. We're used to being invincible in Master's era. However, we don't know that there's always someone better out there. Dao brother's second brother chuckled. How interesting. 2 women scared you, senior brother. Senior brother, you're becoming less and less courageous as you live. The slovenly old man turned around and glanced at Dao brother's second brother. Master once said, don't argue with a retard, because it will lower your IQ. I think Master's words are very reasonable. Dao brother's second brother looked at the slovenly old man. Senior brother, don't forget that the Dao scripture belongs to our Dao sect. Now it's in the hands of outsiders. Why, don't you have any thoughts about it? The slovenly old man was silent. Dao brother's second brother smiled. You don't have any thoughts, but I do. I believe that third junior sister and junior brother will not allow the Dao scripture to fall into the hands of outsiders. He turned around and left after he finished speaking. The slovenly old man sighed softly. Yi Xian brought Li Shanshui back to the 5th dimension. Inside the main hall, Guan Yin and the others were there, as were the experts of the doubting. It was worth mentioning that Bai Dizzy was also there. And now, the affairs of the entire 5th dimension were not only handled by Guan Yin alone, but also by Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy's management skills were really terrifying, not something that Guan Yin could compare to. It should be known that Yi Xian's side was not only in the 5th dimension, but also in the 6th dimension, the Dao world, the doubting, the underworld. There were so many places and so many forces. It could be said that Guan Yin's ability was already somewhat insufficient. But after Bai Dizzy's arrival, she suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. As for fighting for power, whether it was her or Bai Dizzy, they did not have that level of power. Ordinary power was simply meaningless to them. Now, Guan Yin was slowly delegating power, because she also began to pay attention to personal cultivation. Over the years, because she had to deal with complicated matters, her cultivation had fallen behind. Yi Xian looked at everyone. Now, our crisis has been temporarily resolved, but we still have a lot of things to do. At this time, Bai Dizzy walked out. He bowed slightly to Yi Xian and said, I have something to report. Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. Speak. Bai Dizzy nodded. We have 3 things to do now. The first is to formulate a set of laws that everyone will abide by. This set of laws will be the standard by which we will manage this world in the future. Those who violate the laws, no matter who they are, will be severely punished. I have already drafted this set of laws, and I will show it to you later. Yi Xian shook his head. Not only for me to see, but also for everyone in the hall. Moreover, it has to be shown to the world. Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, this set of laws will be the foundation by which we will manage this world in the future. So this set of laws can't be formulated by a single person or a few people. Everyone should participate in it. When they heard this, Everyone hurriedly nodded to express their agreement. Bai Dizzy glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. That's for the best. As for the second matter, even though the external crisis has been resolved, there might be an internal crisis soon. Alliance leader Yi, all the powers are envious of the mineral veins that you obtained earlier. Besides that, there are also some places in our universe with abundant spirit energy that everyone is envious of. Now the thoughts of many people have started to drift away, so we have to be extremely careful in how we distribute the benefits. Yi Xian glanced at Bai Dizzy. This Bai Dizzy has really thought things through. Actually, many powers have started to fall into chaos from within before collapsing. The current fifth dimension must also pay attention to this point. Bai Dizzy continued. As for the third matter, that is development. Vigorously develop. For now we have resolved the crisis. However, because of Alliance leader Yi, this crisis might not exist for the time being. In the future, there might be an even bigger crisis. Yi Xian's face was filled with black lines. The White Emperor's son continued. In short, we need to be strong enough to protect ourselves. In addition, we must train as many outstanding people as possible. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, Everyone retreat. Bai Dizzy, you stay behind. Everyone looked at each other and retreated. Inside the hall, only Yi Xian and Bai Dizzy were left. Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. Do you think that now is the right time to rebuild order? Bai Dizzy shook his head. Not suitable? Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. Why? Bai Dizzy softly said. Because we have more problems to deal with. For example, the internal balance of power, how to divide the benefits. If these problems are not dealt with properly, it will be a hidden bomb. If you are not here one day, this bomb will explode, and the entire fifth dimension will instantly collapse. As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian. Right now we can only take one step at a time. You must not be too hasty. Moreover, I feel that the problem you should be thinking about right now is not the fifth dimension in order, but the problem of your strength and the reason for your disaster. Moreover, the Dark Abyss has been destroyed, but is the ancestor Dark Abyss still alive? Will he take revenge? Moreover, you now have the complete version of the Tao scripture. This temptation is too great. Will some hidden forces come to snatch it? They might not dare to openly, but what about in the dark? Moreover, those two seniors have already left. If you are in danger, can you immediately let them come to the fifth dimension? The most important thing is that they are very strong, but this does not mean that you are strong. Do you understand? Yi Xian was silent. P.S. Yesterday, when I went to the real estate market, I suddenly discovered that I am a bit poor, FPZW. Chapter 1439. In the hall, Bai Dizzy glanced at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Alliance leader Yi, don't think that our crisis has been resolved. In fact, according to my understanding and investigation of you, this matter is definitely not over. Yi Xian said softly, the cause of calamity? Bai Dizzy nodded. Yi Xian was silent. Bai Dizzy continued. For now, your top priority is to improve your strength. It would be best if you could attain Tao or even unification. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Bai Dizzy continued. Do you still have the Tao cause and God's seal that the ancestor gave you? Yi Xian nodded. Of course, Bai Dizzy said in a deep voice. I will make arrangements. Now you are the spiritual belief of our entire five-dimensional universe. This belief must be materialized. I will get people to build statues of you all over the world, so that people will believe in you. Then, you will be able to obtain the power of faith continuously. Yi Xian frowned. Brainwashing. Bai Dizzy shook his head. It's not brainwashing. The entire universe treats you as their spiritual belief. You are the one who gave the five-dimensional universe everything. They are willing to believe in you. However, I want to materialize this power of faith for you to use. Yi Xian thought about it and nodded. All right, Bai Dizzy continued. There is one more thing. I have already recalled many of the former Tao guardians. They also need the power of faith. Of course, if they want the power of faith, they will have to fight for it themselves. Of course, I will take care of it, and not let them act recklessly for the sake of fighting for the power of faith. In addition, I will reintegrate the 5-dimensional universe, the Tao world, the 6-dimensional universe, and the doubting. I will try my best to integrate everyone into one. There will be no division between the 5-dimensional and the 6-dimensional universe. Yi Xian nodded. This is very necessary. Bai Dizzy nodded. What I'm most afraid of is them forming small groups. If that happens, it will be very troublesome to manage them. Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy. I'll leave these matters to you. Bai Dizzy nodded. I will take care of the matters of the 5-dimensional universe. As for you, you must increase your strength as soon as possible. Also, if possible, help Miss Nian Nian recover her memories. If she does, our universe will be safer. Yi Xian shook his head. I can't do anything about that. Bai Dizzy said in a low voice. Did Miss Nian deliberately lose her memory? Yi Xian nodded. It's highly possible. Bai Dizzy frowned. Why would she deliberately choose to lose her memory? Is it because of the disaster seed on you? Yi Xian whispered. Maybe it's because of this. Why didn't the white-robed Qinger stay? Because of the cause of calamity. The cause of calamity had already affected her, so she chose to leave immediately. In other words, the stronger the person by her side, especially the kind of person who could change the trajectory of her fate, the more likely she would be targeted by the cause of calamity. And now, Nian Nian was not targeted by the cause of calamity, because she did not have the strength. Was that the reason? Yi Xian did not know, but he knew that Nian Nian definitely had her reasons for doing this. Bai Dizzy sighed softly. Her expression was complicated. Then let's not talk about Miss Nian Nian. Let's talk about you. You should have gathered all 9 Tao scriptures by now, right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. Many people are paying attention to you. Yi Xian smiled. You want me to share them? Bai Dizzy nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Then do you think I should share them? Bai Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. It depends on whether you want to or not. If you don't want to, no one can force you. Yi Xian said softly. I promised them that I would share them. Bai Dizzy said in a deep voice. Even if you want to share them, you can't just casually share them. Some people's cultivation is not enough to comprehend this Tao scripture. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Xian nodded. Bai Dizzy said. You deal with these things yourself. With that he left. Inside the hall, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. He opened his palm. The 9 Tao scriptures appeared in front of him. At this moment, Yi Jiming appeared beside him. Yi Xian looked at Yi Jiming. I never thought that I would really gather all 9 Tao scriptures. I just don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Yi Jiming said. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Yi Xian smiled. That's true. With that, he looked at the last 3 Tao scriptures. 2 of the scrolls were obtained from an yuan. These 2 scrolls were Tao and Law. Yi Xian frowned. Tao. Law. Yi Jiming opened the Tao scripture. After looking at it for a moment, she looked at Yi Xian. This Tao scripture can allow one to reach Tao Imperial and Tao Attainment. It describes these 2 realms, which is suitable for you now. As for Law, Yi Xian asked. Return to 1? Yi Jiming nodded. Yes. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. The Tao ancestor and the rest have not reached return to 1. Yi Jiming looked at Yi Xian. What about Zhao Jiqing's generation? Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Although the Tao ancestor has not reached return to 1, Zhao Jiqing has definitely reached return to 1. Obviously, it's not because of the Tao scripture, but because of the Tao ancestor's generation. Yi Jiming said in a deep voice. This Tao scripture is too profound. I can't understand it. Yi Xian was a little surprised. Even you can't understand it? Yi Jiming nodded. My realm is not high enough to understand it. For example, this sentence. Humans follow earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, Tao follows nature. It's easy to understand from the words, but what is the true meaning of this sentence? Yi Xian was silent. Yi Jiming said in a deep voice. This Tao scripture has tens of thousands of words, and there are hundreds of Tao scriptures. In this world there is not only Tao, but also Law. Saying this, she looked at Yi Xian. This senior who created the Tao scripture is really an amazing person. Yi Xian nodded. In this world, there are two kinds of experts, those within the Tao scripture and those outside. It could be said that the senior who created this scripture was absolutely terrifying. This was because he had created a complete cultivation system. And this cultivation system was the origin of all martial arts that were currently known to exist. Yi Jiming said in a deep voice, "We can study this Tao scripture. If we can understand the Tao scripture, it will definitely benefit you greatly in terms of cultivation. As for the Tao scripture, martial arts, and heart sutras, I can't understand them at the moment." Yi Xian nodded. "Take your time." As if thinking of something, he looked at the last Tao scripture. There were no words on it. Wordless Tao scripture? Yi Jiming opened the Tao scripture. And when she opened it, she was instantly stunned. Because there was nothing inside. It was empty. Wordless Tao scripture. Yi Xian and Yi Jiming exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that the whirling sect gave us a fake one? Yi Jiming shook her head. I don't think so. Yi Xian nodded. I don't think it's possible either. Yi Jiming suddenly said. It seems like Miss Xian Chu hasn't returned to the whirling sect yet. Why don't we invite her over? Yi Xian put the Tao scripture away and disappeared from the hall with Yi Jiming. A while later, Yi Xian found Xian Chu, who was eating noodles in a small noodle shop in the city. Xian Chu was stunned when she saw Yi Xian. She put down her chopsticks and looked at Yi Xian. What's up? Yi Xian said with a smile. Miss Xian Chu, I have something to ask. Xian Chu nodded. Speak. Yi Xian took out the last Tao scripture and placed it in front of Xian Chu. Xian Chu glanced at Yi Xian. Did the sect master give it to you? Yi Xian nodded. Xian Chu fell silent. Yi Xian said with a smile. I've collected all 9 Tao scriptures. I promised the whirling sect's sect master that I'm willing to share them with your sect. Xian Chu nodded. She opened the Tao scripture. When she saw the Tao scripture, she was slightly stunned. Yi Xian frowned. What's the matter? Xian Chu said with a deep voice. I've never seen a Tao scripture before because master taught me verbally. Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, a voice came from behind Yi Xian. Alliance Master Yi, do you need help? Yi Xian turned around and saw a woman standing not far from him. It was Venerable Yu. Venerable Yu smiled. Young Master Yi, are you wondering why there are no words in this Tao scripture? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Venerable Yu smiled. Young Master Yi, there are no words in this Tao scripture. Yi Xian frowned. Why? Venerable Yu looked at the Tao scripture and said softly, Young Master Yi, what is the great Tao? The true great Tao? Yi Xian fell silent. Venerable Yu looked at Yi Xian. Tao is not only the Tao of the universe, but also the Tao of nature. The Tao is in the matter, and the matter is in the Tao. All things lead to the same destination, and they all lead to the Tao. Everyone is pursuing Tao, but they don't know that Tao is right beside them. Tao is you, and you are Tao. Yi Xian fell silent. Venerable Yu smiled. You don't understand, do you? Yi Xian nodded. Venerable Yu smiled. On the surface, it's easy to understand. But it's not so easy to understand the concept. Just like what people say, a mountain is not a mountain is still a mountain, and a mountain is not a mountain. This is a concept of life. Those who haven't experienced it won't understand it no matter what you tell them. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian and added, Tao was not just a tangible substance, a thoughtful spirit, or a rational law. Instead, it was the invisible, ethereal, and spiritual root of the universe that created all of this. Matter, spirit, and law were all derivatives of Tao. Tao is the innate qi, the primordial chaos. Tao is the ancestor of nature, the origin of all things in the universe. Mr. Yi, this last Tao scripture is broad and profound. Even my whirling sect has only comprehended a little bit of it. And this little bit is like a drop in the ocean for this Tao scripture. When she spoke up to hear, she looked at the Taoist scripture with a complicated expression. The ancestor of my whirling sect once said that the knowledge of this Taoist scripture is boundless. Even if he spent his entire life studying it, he wasn't able to study it completely. Not to mention studying it completely, He didn't even study a tenth of it. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian asked, Senior, where did the owner of this Tao scripture go? Venerable Yu looked at Yi Xian. It said that he died. Yi Xian was stunned. Died? Venerable Yu nodded. Yi Xian frowned. How is that possible? Venerable Yu shook her head. Nothing is impossible. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Did he die naturally or was he killed? Venerable Yu said softly. I don't know. However, it shouldn't be a natural death. This kind of expert can study Tao so thoroughly. So how could he die naturally? But if he was killed? Saying that, she didn't continue. Chapter 1440. Killed. Yi Xian fell silent. If the owner of this Tao scripture was killed, then what does that mean? Yi Xian didn't dare to think about it. At this moment, Venerable Yu suddenly smiled. Don't think about that. Young Master Yi, you already have 9 Tao scriptures, and all of them contain Tao scriptures, martial arts and mental cultivation techniques. Moreover, I can see that you've already learned the Tao fist and Tao body. Since that's the case, then you might as well learn the remaining 3 Tao scriptures, martial arts and mental cultivation techniques. Yi Xian looked at Venerable Yu. Senior, please guide me. Venerable Yu blinked. Young Master Yi, if I guide you, then you'll have to let me read the Tao scriptures. Yi Xian smiled. I've already said that I want to share the Tao scriptures with your whirling sect. Venerable Yu wouldn't think that I'm joking, right? Venerable Yu laughed. How could I? Since that's the case, then I'll thank young Master Yi on behalf of the whirling sect. Yi Xian nodded. Let's begin. Just as Bai Dizzy said, his top priority now was to improve his strength. This Tao scripture was the best way for him to improve his strength. As for the Tao scriptures, his understanding wasn't as thorough as the whirling sect. If he had the whirling sect's help, then he would be able to comprehend these Tao scriptures much faster. At this moment, Venerable Yu smiled. Young Master Yi, I didn't come alone this time. I've brought a few elders from my whirling sect. They've been studying the Tao scriptures in my whirling sect all year round, and their understanding of the Tao scriptures far surpasses ordinary people. With their help, young Master Yi will be able to comprehend these Tao scriptures better. As soon as she finished speaking, 4 old men suddenly appeared behind her. The 4 of them bowed slightly to Yi Xian. Greetings, young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. Then let's begin. Venerable Yu smiled. Let's go somewhere else? Yi Xian nodded. In next to no time, everyone arrived at the sword hall that Yi Xian resided in. Yi Xian called Arrow, and Lanxiu, Jiu, and the others to the hall. At times like this, they naturally had to be there. This was because their study of the Tao scriptures would be of great help to them. Inside the hall, Yi Xian took out all the Taoist scriptures, the 9 scrolls of Tao scriptures. Yu Zun had a complicated expression as he looked at the 9 Tao scriptures. She did not expect Yi Xian to have gathered all 9 volumes of the Taoist scripture. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Let's start with the first volume. The first volume? Yu Zun looked at Yi Xian. We're not going to start from the last 3 volumes. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'll take the first volume. Yu Zun glanced at the women, and she understood. Yu Zun looked at the 4 elders behind him. We will start from the first scroll. Be more specific. The 4 elders nodded. Soon, the 4 elders began to explain the first volume of the Tao scriptures, while Yi Xian asked Guan Yin to record it down. Yi Xian was also listening attentively. This was because the 4 elders were very detailed, and there were many points of knowledge that he and Guan Yin did not discover. It was worth mentioning that Nian Yan was also at the side. She was also listening. No one noticed that when the 4 elders were explaining the Tao scriptures, she would shake her head from time to time, as if saying that this was not right. Ancient God Abyss. At the moment when the Dark Abyss was destroyed, the happiest was naturally the Ancient God Abyss. They had fought with the Dark Abyss for many years, and now, the Dark Abyss was finally destroyed. In their star sector, the Ancient God Abyss could be said to be the strongest. At the top of a pyramid, Suja stood quietly. In front of him was a white-haired elder. This person was his master, and also the current leader of the ancient god Abyss. The white-haired elder said softly, I heard that young Master Yi has gathered all 9 Tao scriptures. Suja glanced at the white-haired elder and nodded. The white-haired elder chuckled. In the current 5th dimension, there must be many places that need manpower. How about this? Let us personally go to the 5th dimension and see if young Master Yi needs any help. Suja had a strange expression. Was he going to help? He wanted to read the Tao scriptures. Of course, there was nothing wrong with that. For the Tao scriptures, especially those like his master, the temptation was huge. Soon the two left the ancient god Abyss and headed to the 5th dimension. In the Tao tomb, inside the hall, the Lord looked at Luo Ho and the others and smiled. Don't you have anything to say? Luo Ho hesitated, then said, I've been quite free recently. Why don't we find a place to walk and relax? Aku nodded. Indeed. Why don't we choose the 5th dimension? The scenery there is quite good. The Lord laughed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. With that, they got up and left for the 5th dimension. 9 Tao scriptures. By now, who did not know that Yi Xian had gathered all 9 Tao scriptures? Everyone was envious of him. However, basically no one dared to have any evil thoughts. One had to know that even someone as strong as in Yuan had disappeared without a trace overnight. However, there were always exceptions. In the starry sky of the 5th dimension, an old man stood quietly. Beside him there was a young man. The old man looked down and said softly, I never thought that someone would actually gather all the Tao scriptures. Interesting. The young man looked down at the 5th dimension. Snatch it. The old man glanced at the young man. Snatch it? What are you going to use to snatch it? There are at least a dozen consolidation realm experts down there. Do you think the two of us can fight them? The young man coldly looked down at the 5th dimension. Just a dozen. The old man shook his head. A dozen consolidation realm experts is naturally not scary. The scary thing is this young Master Yi. What kind of existence is in Yuan? It was once a force created by second brother Tao. However, it disappeared without a trace in one night. And the whirling world, the major forces of the whirling world, have all submitted to this young Master Yi. You can imagine how terrifying the two women who went to the whirling world are. The young man said softly, but grandfather will not give up, right? The old man smiled. Of course. Who doesn't want to see the complete version of the Tao scriptures? However, we can change the method, such as cooperation. In any case, this young Master Yi is also sharing the Tao scriptures. In that case, sharing one more should not be a problem for him. However, we will have to pay a price. The young man was silent. The old man said again, as a person, you must be able to judge the situation. My Nanua clan has been able to survive for so many years because of one word, caution. Many families and forces perished because they were too arrogant. As he spoke, he looked down at the 5th dimension and said softly, although our Nanua clan has a deep foundation, we cannot afford to be reckless. The young man looked down. I heard that Yi Xian is the number 1 among the younger generation. I want to meet him. The old man smiled. We can exchange pointers, but there is no need to become enemies. Do you understand? The young man nodded. Of course. The old man smiled. Then let us pay a visit to this young Master Yi. The two disappeared from the scene. Below, in a certain hall, Bai Dizzy looked at the old man and young man in front of him. You two are from the Nanua clan? The old man smiled. Yes. Bai Dizzy cupped his fists. Forgive me for being ignorant, but I have never heard of this Nanua clan. The old man smiled. Nanua clan is quite far from here. It is normal that you have never heard of it. Bai Dizzy smiled. How far? The old man looked at Bai Dizzy. You know about Whirling World and Ancient God Abyss. Do you know about Xian City? Bai Dizzy frowned. Xian City? The old man nodded. Bai Dizzy shook his head. I don't know. The old man smiled. We are not from Xian City. However, we are quite far from it. Bai Dizzy looked at the old man. You are here for the Tao scripture? The old man nodded. Yes. My Nanua clan also wants to look at the Tao scripture. Of course, we will not look for it for free. We can cooperate with young Master Yi. Bai Dizzy smiled. You are welcome. However, Alliance leader Yi is busy now. I wonder if you can wait for a moment. The young man frowned. He was a little displeased. The old man smiled. Of course. Bai Dizzy smiled. It is not that I am neglecting you too. Young Master Yi has instructed that no one is to disturb him. So, I hope you two can understand. The old man smiled. It doesn't matter. Go do what you need to do. Bai Dizzy cupped his fists and retreated. Inside the hall, the young man said coldly, "What arrogance?" The old man smiled. "We are the ones begging him now." As he said that, he glanced at the young man. "Qinger, you must correct your attitude. Because from the looks of it, my Nanyue clan does not have any advantage when facing this young Master Yi. We have a deep foundation, but the power behind this young Master Yi is even more unfathomable." The young man was silent. The old man continued. "This time, we are here to seek cooperation, not to seek enmity. Even if we can't cooperate, we must try our best not to be enemies with this young Master Yi." As he said that, he looked at the young man. "Qinger, if you want to become the clan's heir and inherit the clan, you must learn how to conduct yourself well. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are or how strong you are, the clan will not let you be in power. The person in power does not need to be too strong, but you must have a good head. Otherwise, if you are not careful, it will bring disaster to the clan." The young man was silent. The old man continued. "Just cultivating is not enough. To become the clan's heir, strength is part of it, but emotional intelligence and conduct are what we old fellows value more." The young man said softly, "I understand." The old man nodded. "This time, I brought you out as a test. As for what the test is, I won't tell you. Think about it yourself. If you pass the test, you still have hope of becoming the heir. If you fail, when we return, the clan will arrange for you to go to the trial grounds to cultivate. We will train you to be the clan's guardian and not the heir. Do you understand what I mean?" The young man slowly clenched his right hand and lowered his head in silence. The old man glanced at the young man. "Compared to the other heirs, your only advantage is that you are stronger than them. But, at this moment, a voice came from outside the door. I wonder if young Master Yi is here?" The voice was very familiar. The young man frowned. The old man said in a deep voice, "He is here too." As he said that, he stood up and left. Outside the hall, Bai Dizzy was receiving a young man in a luxurious robe. Nanyue Xiao. He was also one of the young masters of the Nanyue clan. Nanyue Xiao bowed slightly to Bai Dizzy. "Senior, I am the 7th young master of the Nanyue clan. I am here to see young Master Yi." Bai Dizzy glanced at Nanyue Xiao. "I'm sorry, young Master Yi is in seclusion." Nanyue Xiao smiled. "All right, I will wait for him." As he said that, he took out a storage ring and put it in Bai Dizzy's hand. "Senior, this is a Dao pill. If you are trying to reach the Dao realm, with the help of this pill, your chances will increase by at least 50%. Of course, with Senior's talent and strength, reaching the Dao realm is nothing to you. However, this is Junior's gift. I hope Senior will accept it." Hearing this, Bai Dizzy's expression changed. P.S. In the book review section, there is a reader who keeps scolding me. His scolding is very unpleasant. He comes every day to greet me and my family. To be honest, I really don't understand why he hates me so much. The insults between the lines are as if I am the murderer of his father. Moreover, when he scolds you, you can't scold him or even ban him. If you ban him, he will go to the book group to scold you or change his account to scold you. Just like before, a reader wrote an outline for me and asked me to write it according to his outline. I ignored him. 2 days later, he messaged me and scolded me on QQ crazily. He said all kinds of nasty things like how my family deserved it and so on. Sometimes, I couldn't help but reply, "Get lost." And he would say, "Heh, is this how an author is? Is this all you have?" I was speechless. I know my own limitations. This is my second book. I'm not a newbie, but I'm not an old man either. I have a lot of shortcomings, but I've been working hard, hoping to write better. After all, this is my job. If it's not good, you can criticize and deserve to be criticized. You can even scold me, but just scold me. There's no need to involve my family. Actually, some readers don't know that some of their good suggestions in the book review section have been integrated into the book, because I have to admit that some of the readers' ideas are really awesome. In the end, many people are debating which of the three swords is the strongest. In your heart, who do you think is the strongest? Also, Yi Xian's true identity will slowly be revealed. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.